support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs. 14,000 watt output. Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 Plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator. With Jackery 5000 Plus, life goes on uninterrupted, unbound by the limits of the grid. This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The battery...
Good evening, my friends, and welcome back to the Black Friday madness that we call Jackery Streams. And that's right, this is, of course, James, your host on Jackery. Guys, we still have these beautiful deals going on for you throughout this week, and we don't want you to miss them, so we're going to keep telling you about them, right? That's the way we're going to work. Now, with that, of course, we're going to talk about a few different things, including those banners to the side of me that, you know, those big bright orange banners. The one that says 5% off. The other one that says, of course, best price guarantee. Then that one that's rotating down there, that's got, of course, a bunch of different power stations at amazing prices. Now, let's be honest. You guys see that extra 5% off? That's because we're giving you an extra 5% for watching this show with us. You're already getting amazing deals up to about 50 to 53% off of these power stations as it is already. So with that, guys, we're going to get this going. We're going to talk about that best price guaranteed. That best price guaranteed is actually there for a reason. We want you to know that you're getting the best deal that you can during these times. That means if you guys purchase something from yesterday or the day before that and you see it cheaper tomorrow or the next day up to, I think it's like December 2nd, you guys can reach out to customer service and we will refund you your difference to make you quite happy and to make us quite happy because you guys are helping us out and you guys are enjoying our products. With that being said, guys, you also have that 5% discount code. That 5% discount code is for purchases of $1,500 or more. Let's be honest, that's quite easily to do when you're buying such amazing power stations today. That discount code does exclude 4 items. That's going to be the 1000 V2, the 1000 V2 with solar panel, the 2000 V2, and 2000 V2 with 2 solar panels. Those are just already crazy deals, so we excluded those, unfortunately, for you. But hey, you're still getting amazing deals on those. You can't be sad about it. We also got that beautiful banner over there that's rotating. You guys are going to see that 1000 V2 for $399. That's a 50% savings right off the top. The cool part about that 1000 V2, it does come with the free gift of the 100 plus power station with it on hand. Now, we also have the 1000 V2 and 200 watt solar panel. That 200 watt solar panel package is coming in at $699, which is an amazing deal. You also have, of course, the 2000 V2 for $791. Now, you guys got to use our Black Friday Live special code for the show to get it for that price. Otherwise, you're going to get it for about $800, which is still a great deal, right? We also have the 2000 V2 and 2 of the 200 watt solar panels for, I think it's like $14.99. I don't actually have that price one sitting in front of me, so do know that it happens. Now, with that free gift, there was only 50 pieces limited to that giveaway. They might be gone by now. I mean, we've been showing it, guys, for a few times now with that. Oh, so I just got word from my contact that the buy one, get one free has ended. There are no more pieces for that giveaway, which is quite sad to hear. But, you know, it kind of happens, so we are going to deal with that as we can. Let me actually see if I can swap that banner out. Now, I'm really not sure which banner I need to swap out, so we'll just pull out the 2000 V2s. We'll come over here, and we're going to grab... Lois, do you have a new banner for the 1000 V2 by itself? If you do, could you please pass it along to me? I'm going to try and do this live for you guys. We do have, of course, those two other pieces rotating. We're trying to get another banner so you guys can see that price point. But like I said, the free gifts do fly when they're selling quick. We do have Mrs. Dragon Blogger over on the Dragon Blogger side. So if you guys want to say hi to her, please do say hi. And we do have Lois on the Jackery side. So if you guys want to say hi to Lois, definitely say hi to Lois. She's been a trooper. She's been here with me every step of the way through all of these shows for the last week and for the next some odd days. I've actually lost track of how many streams I've done this week. That's kind of crazy. Now with it, of course, I'm going to take a sip of water. Definitely love my water. And of course, I really love my ice water. I had to make do with this one, though, because my ice water wasn't really icy. All right. I am much better now. So now we're going to start the show off. We're going to talk about what these stations are, how the company became, and all of that other cool jazz. Jackery was created and founded in California. It was created and founded in California for a reason. To offer a nice product and green energy for you that, in times of need. Like rolling brownouts and blackouts. I mean, California is known for the brownouts, and that's just one of them things. And they decided to say, hey, let's get together and go. And I can actually give you their, kind of mission in this and all of the other cool jazz, which is great that I can do that on sometimes. So like I said, they were actually founded and created in California in 2002 with a vision of green energy and for everyone to actually, let's go there. Green energy to everyone and to everywhere, which is actually trying to pioneer solar generator industry. They're actually a global top-selling brand, which is kind of cool. They are, of course, introducing solar generators by the masses. Now, I am actually, thank you, Lois, for getting me that so quickly. I'm going to actually save that here. We're going to do this. And we're going to add, of course, that banner in for you guys because I don't want you guys to miss out on it. So we have that new banner. It is in there. Now, that new banner was quite large. Holy tomato. All good, guys. We will adjust the banner to make it work for us. It definitely was a larger banner code than the other one. So we'll do that. We're good. So there you guys go. You guys are going to see it for $3.99. Hi, James. And whichever Dragon Blogger boss we have here. Yeah, that's going to be Mrs. Dragon Blogger. And Sheila, welcome. How are you doing? Oh, it's definitely been a long day. I have not had no naps. I did fit in my tires, so I got my snow tires or my winter tires put on my car. I can kind of say I'm kind of bummed about the rims that I'm using because it does not make my car look like what it was. But it is okay. It's just for winter. Then I'll put my summer or my show tires back on. It's just the way it goes. So I got that done. I also got to go grocery shopping. That means there's food in my house and I don't have to starve during these shows. I actually got food. I decided not to sleep today and I went shopping and got me some food and I went and got me my tires and, doing what I gotta do. Froze my... Yep, I'm sure you did. I'm going to actually have to put a remote starter in my new car. I'm actually shocked it doesn't have one, but good thing is I have buddies that own car stereo stores. And we can just go up and do the audio shop thing and put them in myself. Or have my buddy put it in. We'll just do that, We'll get it in there. We'll be good. So, guys, every power station that you guys are seeing on the table behind me, there's a couple on the floor. There's a couple over here on the floor. There's some running some lights. There's some running cameras. They're all going to come with a cable package. Depending on the system you get, the cabling may vary or differ. Now... like your wall plugs. So some of them are going to use this big orange cabling, right? So you guys have the standard 3-prong cabling. Some of the others will actually use a black cable or they may use like an old school power brick if it's some of the original variations. Others are actually going to do and come with like the cigarette lighter charging cable. If you do not get this cable, don't be bummed. Don't be bummed if you don't get this cable. You can actually purchase it. It's actually not that expensive to get this. And then you guys can charge your power stations in, of course, that. Mrs. Dragon Blogger, if you're watching, can you tell Lois I can completely understand, or maybe Lois can hear me. But totally understand. It's all good. Take your time to correct that issue. Totally golden. Totally frozen. She is frozen on her side. No. So you guys, if you get a solar panel, you guys are going to get a solar panel cable, maybe like this variation. Now this is going to be a two-prong to, of course, DC style adapter. Now it's going to be a 7909 plug and an 8020 adapter DC plug, and not DC audio, but standard DC current style plug. That's going to be your plug like that. That's going to be your 7909, and then of course you got your 8020 up there. Both beautiful. Then you're going to have your DC adapter to USB-C port. So that USB-C port is going to be for some of your USB-C style stations that may take that style plug. That's going to be like, your 100 plus, your 240s, your 300s, or your 300 and your 300 plus. I think the 600 plus uses it. No, 600 plus doesn't use it. There's another station that uses USB-C, and I've lost track because I have so many of them sitting in front of me, and I've been doing this so long. All good, though. Now, some solar panels may come with a different cabling. That's going to be like this 10-foot cable. This is an Anderson clip style or Anderson plug style with, of course, an 8020 DC plug on the end. Now, you may need, of course, a Y splitter for that to do multiple solar panels. That's just your idea, and that's your option, right? Now, we can pop it around. We can talk about it. If you get a package deal with, like, let's say, a battery, you may need a linking cable, and it will come with that linking cable. And I'll be honest with you, some of these run wires as big as my car audio wires, which is kind of cool, and I love that they have wires to run that much power. Now, if you need it, they got you covered without a problem. Now, I've come to learn in the past day or so that if you guys get their biggest solar panel, you may get, of course, some ground stakes to hold it in the ground. I love that they're adding that. Will the price go any lower on Friday to next Monday? So, I'm going to tell you right now. You can purchase it today with the best price guaranteed banner. That banner is there for a reason because it is guaranteed pricing. If you find it cheaper between now and December 2nd, reach out to customer service and they will refund you the difference. There's no worry about purchasing it today, but I'm going to tell you the prices are probably going to stay about the same because we're doing such amazing discounts right now. So, yeah, hey, pretty much it's going to probably be the same. Now, Lois may be able to answer that a little bit better for me. Between now and then there might throw a couple BOGOs in, but we're already like some of these are 53% off, some are 50% off, some are 46% off. You're already getting almost half off to pretty much half off, which is phenomenally marked down for you. So, with that's my knowledge. I don't really think it's going to change that much between now and then because of that best price guaranteed banner. We can kind of, you know what? Let's do this.
This is Jack.
Nope, wrong thing. Let's see if I can actually get. I know I have this. We're going to do this banner. We're going to show it to you in large. So that's the banner. Price protection policy. Best price guarantee. Order now from November 6th to December 2nd. And if prices drop at December 8th, contact customer service for a refund. That's simple. So they'll pretty much refund you the difference. So you have the guaranteed from them, so you don't have to worry about it, which is very, very beautifully well done. I love that they're guaranteeing that. Now, I have lost my train of thoughts. I have lost, of course, the banner I like so much. All right, we're going to come back here. We're going to go back to this. So now, guys, we have a bunch of different variations of stations from like the 100 plus, which is a very small but mighty power station, to their newest 5000 plus. Now, that newest 5000 plus is actually becoming a very, very good favorite of mine with the more I've been playing with it over the week and the more things I've actually been messing around with it. It's a phenomenal piece that you guys can connect up to your house as a backup power to use just as a power source. But when you want to, you can disconnect it and take it with you, which is actually really, really cool. And the amount of power that thing packs is phenomenally crazy. We are going to start off with their smallest power station, the 100 plus. Then we'll move on to like the 240s, the 300s, and on up. If you have a product that you guys see during this show that you want shown or talked about, just say it. We'll swap over and we'll start going on about that one. We have no problem switching it up. So right there, there's your products on the promotional pages that are eligible for the protection. So I just want you to make sure. All right, 100 plus, 2-pound package. This thing is very, very small, but yet quite mighty in its own right. TSA approved, which means you guys can take it on a plane, take it through the TSA checkpoint, and you don't have to worry about it. It will get through, and you're good. Now, this is a LifePo 4 cell. That is a large cell for this small little piece. Now, I'm going to itch my eye because of allergies and all the other cool stuff, but we're good, we're good. It is made from flame retardant and fire retardant shelling material. That means it's not going to, of course, to a certain temperature, catch on fire or, all that other stuff. It is also drop protected up to 35 inches. Now, at 35 inches, this should be totally fine and drop resistant. I've actually dropped this farther than that. Technically, my wife did. She dropped it off a shelf that's like 7 feet high. It fell. It has no damages to it whatsoever. And I was expecting it to kind of be chipped up, damaged, broke, and all of that stuff. Not a scratch. Not a scratch on this anywhere. Now, 99 watt hours of power, 31,000 milliamps means you guys can actually charge quite a bit of things. From 6 iPhone 14 batteries to 4.5 hours on your Nintendo Switch to almost 3 tablet charges or your MacBook Air charges. It can do more than that, though. You guys can actually charge regular camera gear, light gear. You guys can do, of course, and run cameras itself off of this. As long as it runs off a USB-C or USB-A, it can actually potentially run off of this. It does have, of course, 2 USB-C ports. Those are 100-watt ports. They are actually bi-directional, so you guys have both directions in and out charging capability through that. You're also going to have the USB-A at 18 watts of charging capability for your lower power devices. Now, this system does come with its own cabling, which is a USB-C to USB-C cable. This cable is capable of 100 watts of pass-through charging capability. It is also going to come with the USB-C to DC plug, so you guys can connect up your solar panels to this. Whether it be a Mini 40 or the 100-watt panel, it can actually connect up to it. Technically, you guys can connect up the old school 80-watt panel, the 60-watt panel, and that new 85-watt panel. That's a trick, though. The 85-watt panel is technically the 500-watt panel. It's just 6 85-watt panels together. Now, of course, you have the cabling, the connections, and all of that other cool stuff. How long does it take to charge it? Under 2 hours on 100-watt power. So under 2 hours with 100-watt power is actually kind of cool. On the front, you do have, of course, that beautiful display. That display is going to show you guys the battery percentage that's left. It's also going to show you guys your input and output. So whatever you're charging in and whatever you're taking out, it's going to show on that screen. Now, it does, of course, have circuitry protections built in, cooling thermal pads to keep it cool while running so you don't want to, it doesn't overheat, and, of course, all the other cool stuff. On the bottom, silicone pads. So let's say you guys want to throw this on the hoodie of your buddy's 69 Camaro. Now, I'm not sure why you guys would throw it on your buddy's 69 Camaro, but you could. The silicone pads are not going to cause any damage because it actually is nice and soft. The only worry I'd be was like dirt that's on there, and you don't want to, of course, scuff up the dirt. You could also throw it on your glass countertop, your glass tables, and all of the other cool stuff, and it's not going to worry about it. It's not going to damage it. The capability and the usability of this little mighty thing is beautifully well done. I love the portability of it because you guys can put it in a backpack, throw it in your wife's purse. If you guys are still wearing those Jinko jeans that are actually coming back in fashion, throw it in your back pocket where you throw your old school Walkman or your old school CD player. It will fit without a problem. Just make sure you're wearing a belt to keep your pants up, all right? Now, this is actually $89 today, which is actually a phenomenal price point. That's 40% off of itself, by itself. and you can't go wrong with that. Pair it with the Mini 40 solar panel and get it for about $169. That's a 26% savings. At $169, you're getting, of course, the station and the solar panel. Now, the solar panel is, of course, a 40-watt mini panel. This panel weighs 2.5 pounds. It is literally the size of a notebook and weighs like the weight of a notebook or 3-ring binder. It is a 1/2 inch thick. It is, of course, 12 inches tall, 10 inches wide, and it's going to do what you need. Now, with that sizing, means you guys can put it in a backpack without a problem and take it with you. It does, of course, have 2 pressed rings. These rings are going to allow you to, of course, tie it down or clip it to whatever you want to hang it or keep it onto. Has this beautiful Jackery logo and, of course, a magnetic clasp on the front. That magnetic clasp, when opened, is going to show you guys the monocrystalline solar cells. If you guys want to hang it like this and just hang it off your backpack and go hiking, you can do that with the single 2 panels. If you want to go farther with it, pop open all 4 panels and get that charge going. Now, 40 watts of charging for you guys. This will do decently well. If you're doing it off that 100-watt panel or that 100-plus system, you're going to get approximately about 7 hours to charge that 100. Now, it may go a little quicker than that. I'm just giving you a variance of that. This is a cool piece. The IP68 rating means you guys can leave this out in the rain and not have to worry about it. It's not going to damage the product. The IP68 rating also gives you guys the protection that you guys can leave it in, of course, snow, and it's not going to hurt it. The system together will, of course, be the perfect pack away for hiking, camping, and all those other assortments that have ideas that you can come up with. This does come with the cabling, which is 9.5 feet long, which means you don't have to worry about it. It's going to do surprisingly well for those of you that need a system of this styling. So that is, of course, the 100 Plus and the 100 Plus Mini 40 solar panel. Again, the Mini 40 solar panel can be used with other stations as well, so don't think you have to just use it on the 100 Plus station. This is fully compatible with the 240, the original 240, the 240 V2, the 300, the 300 Plus, and you guys, if you want the 500 stations, technically you guys can even connect it up to the 600 Plus, the 700 if you want to. That's up to you. The variants and devices you guys can connect it to, as long as it's a 7909 8020 plug, it can connect up to it. It's not going to do well charging on the very, very large systems like the 500 and above, but you could get somewhat of a charge if you really needed to. Any questions about the 100 Plus power station or Mini 40 solar panel, please ask. We are here to answer. Now, we do have a bunch of other amazing products that we are about to show you guys and have fun with. These other products, of course, are going to be like the 240 V2. Now, V2 just means version 2 of that product. That means Jackery had an original version, like the 1000, the 2000, the 1000, 2000, the 240. Those all had original versions. So they decided, let's update all of the technology that's in it. Let's update the batteries that's in it. Let's update, of course, the charging system that's in it. And that's what's kind of cool. So we're going to show you guys the 240 V2. This is the 240 V2. Now, this 240 V2 is an 8-pound package. It's actually about 7.1 pounds to 7.5 pounds. It's very, very light and easily to be carried around and moved from place to place. Now, the original had a fixed handle. This actually has a handle that can be folded and put away, and it has a flat top, so you can stack stuff on it if it's put in a car. Also, it's going to move from a DC plug to an actual AC style house plug. That means you guys can charge it at a higher rate and have the larger oranger cable. On the side, you're also going to be greeted with the orange paneling that has, of course, the airflow and the open vents that's going to feed the fans to keep everything cool. 256 watt hours of power on the 240 V2. 256 watt hours of power that can be charged in under 2 hours on a wall plug. Now, they updated the charging rate from that. The original, of course, would have been about 3 hours. This does it in under 2 hours. They also changed the charging system to what they call Charge Shield 2.0. Charge Shield 2.0 means you guys can go inside the app, which, yes, this has app control. You can switch it to super emergency charging mode. In that mode, 1 hour is all it's going to take to fully charge this device. Now, this device does have one AC outlet that's going to do 300 watts of pure sine wave power, which means there's no spikes or peaks in the power. It can max at 600, so if you guys need a little extra to plug in, maybe you guys don't realize that one of your systems is like 450 watts or 500 watts. It can run it, so don't have to worry about it. Anything over 600, this will not run. You have one USB-C port over here that is 100-watt capable in and out. So it's bi-directional. Bi-directional means you guys can charge this system through that port or charge devices off of that port. Next to it is a 15-watt USB-C port. Above that USB-C port is a 15-watt USB-A port as well. You then have, of course, that 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter adapter plug. That's going to be good for, let's say, like their jumper cable that allows you to charge batteries. They do make one of those that plugs into that, which is kind of cool. On the opposite side, you have a flashlight. The flashlight does low light brightness or SOS pattern on this one. Now, like I said, it works with the app. The app, of course, is very, very free. You guys can get it on the Play Store or, of course, the Apple Store. That's up to you, Google Play or Apple Store. You can get the app. It's called the Jackery app. That's literally it. You're going to see that bright Jackery orange logo, and it's going to say, hey, download here. Once you download it, install it, you guys, all you're going to have to do is register your name and your account. Once you register the said account, you guys can bind all the devices that use the app. Once you bind it, you can have control over the flashlight, the charging system, of course, the plugs separately. You guys can also do that by touching it on the device. It will also, guys, give you readings of the screen. So it's going to tell you guys what the battery charge is, just like we showed you on the 100 Plus. It's going to show you guys the input and output and how many hours are capable of running off of that when pulling the wattage out. It's also going to allow you to go in and change other settings from like your energy saving mode or shutdown time. You guys probably saw the shutdown time earlier where the 2000 V2 shut down on us after a couple hours. Well, I turned that off so it won't shut off on us, so you know that's the way it's going. On a full charge, you should be able to do 12 to 13 cell phone charges. That's going to be like your iPhone 14 Pro Max at 4,000 milliamps of battery range. You guys could also run a flat screen TV off of this. You guys can do a Wi-Fi router. 10-watt Bluetooth speaker is going to be about 16 hours. 4 to 5. You know what? Let's go conservative. 4 DJI Mav Air batteries. 3 laptop charges if you want. Again, has a flame retardant shell, the shock absorbing shell, the drop resistant shell. You guys could do 11 to 12 8-watt camera batteries. 2 hours on a mini fridge, 4 hours on your 45-watt house fan, or 4 hours on, of course, that 65 to 75-inch flat screen TV, as long as it's 60 watts of power. If your TV is a smart TV and takes more power, it's going to run at a less time. At $179, this is normally like $250. That's a 28% savings, which is crazy. It's a good deal. To be able to carry it around is an even better deal because you guys can take it pretty much anywhere. Now, I've been doing and getting a workout through all of these shows. Hopefully by the time I'm done, I'll have a bigger arm on at least one side and I'll look like a weird guy. I'm just messing around with this. This is kind of cool. So it's a really nice one. Now, you could do more things. You guys technically could run a CPAP machine for approximately 5 to 6 hours without a problem, as long as that CPAP machine does not have a heated hose. You guys turn the heated hose off, it takes less power to run. Now, if it has a heated hose, maybe 5-ish hours. Now, you could also pair it with, of course, again, the Mini 40 solar panel. This package is going to weigh approximately 11 pounds. At 11 pounds weight, this is going to be a perfect bug-out bag package. For those of you that need a bug-out bag in a natural disaster, maybe you guys live in, of course, Tornado Valley. Maybe you live in, of course, What else we could talk about? Earthquake Valley. Maybe you guys live in Tsunami Valley, or maybe you're just worried about all of those hurricanes in Florida. A bug out bag is kind of important, so you guys have important things to take with you, whether it be water or a power station like this. This is quite light, so could fit in a bug out bag without a problem. With the Mini 40 solar panel, it will take 7.5 hours to fully charge this device in the sunlight. That's not really that long, but the package is like $249, normally $349. That's 29% savings, which is decently well done. This is a really cool piece and, of course, a beautiful piece of technology. 240V2 might do you guys justice in the times of need with the smaller systems. Another really cool idea I thought about is you send your kids off to college and you're worried about them losing power and them not being able to contact you. Let's be honest, our kids are on our phones all the time and their batteries are always low. In a natural disaster, they will have no way to charge that phone. Having a station like this will allow them to charge that phone so they can contact you to let you know that they are okay. This would be a perfect little gift for that, and actually a really great gift for an idea like that. So, and plus it can run their mini fridge if they really want to. Now you just have to remind them that they need to keep it charged. That's it. So 240V2 with Mini 40 solar panel. Nice little option and idea for you guys. Now, I'm going to take another sip of water. And we did share all of those deals, guys, in chat for you. The 5% code, the $399 1000 V2, the 2000 V2 for $799. You do need to use the code for that one. I'm going to need a place to order for more water. I wonder how well that will fly over with the guest in the other room. Alright. Like I said, we're showing you guys the smaller stations first, so we're going to move on to the 300. The 300 is, of course, an original fixture device. This is going to be, like I was talking about, the original housing. Now, the original housing is decently still well done. It just looks a little different. There's that fixed handle that I was talking about. The fixed handle is easily carryable, still under 8 pounds without a problem. 7.1 pounds with this one. Has, of course, the Jackery logo right there in bright orange writing logo. Has still the cooling technology on the side with the bright orange panel. And still has the silicone pads on the bottom. 293 watt hours of power that can be fully charged in 3.5 hours on a wall plug. Now, the wall plug is going to use the DC7909 adapter plug. This cabling and power is going to look like your old school laptop power bricks. That's why they updated some of the stuff, so you don't have to have that power brick. Beside that will be 2 USB-A ports. One's a 5 volt 2.4 amp. The other is a PD quick charger. And then, of course, above that is your 60 watt in and out USB-C port. Again, bidirectional. The bidirectional means charging inwards and outwards. Next, that is going to be dual AC outlets. These AC outlets are going to do 300 watts of pure sine wave power, max 500. So now you guys are kind of seeing the little bit difference between that and the 240 and all of that. When fully charged, you should be able to run a Nintendo Switch for approximately 40 hours. That's going to keep the kids out of your hair without a problem in a power station of this size. You guys could also do, let's say, 15 to 16 camera batteries. 6 drone batteries. Now, here's where it's kind of cool. 3.5 hours on a wall plug is what it's going to take to charge it. If you use the wall plug and the USB-C at the same time, 2 hours, you're charged, you're up and running. It's going to take about 3.5 hours on a cigarette car lighter in a car as well. So that's not that bad of a runtime with that. It is approximately 9 inches wide, or 9 inches long by 5 inches wide by 7 inches tall. You guys could run more stuff than just the Mavic 2. You guys could do, of course, your mini coolers for 4.5 hours, your flat screen TVs 4.5 hours to 5 hours, your laptop about 4 charges or so. phone battery charges. It's going to be anywhere from 15 to 16 phone charges, like your iPhone 14 Pro Maxes or your Samsung S23s. The compatibility of this is actually really beautifully well done. Now, 293 watt hours of power, 20.4 amp hours, 14.4 volts. It's a good power source. 7.1 pounds is even a better idea because it is nice and lightweight. The dimensions are definitely there. It's easily placeable and acceptable. Your working temperatures with this one's going to be around 14 degrees to 104 degrees optimal temperatures. Could run in -4 degrees if you need to. Don't recommend it with this one, but you can. Weight level is actually really beautifully nice. You guys can use it as a workout tool. I'm sure my buddies that are watching are laughing because they know I don't work out. The most workout I do is lifting subwoofers and power stations. Let's be honest, that's a lot of power stations behind me to be lifting all the time. So by itself, guys, it is a great deal. $169, normally $259. It's a smoking deal. What I'm going to recommend, and I will always recommend, is if you guys get a station like that, get a solar panel kit. We have the kit for you tonight for $299, 40% savings. The solar panel that's going to come with that is, of course, this bi-directional 100-watt Solar Saga solar panel. This is going to do 25% efficiency because it is bi-directional. It can get charges from both sides of the solar panel. I'm going to set down the 300 because we've talked enough about the 300. Let's talk about the panel itself. The panel is a bi-directional. It's got, of course, the beautiful handle and kickstand. That's got elastic straps that allows it to snap back in place on your broken finger. Just be careful next time. Ouch. With it, it does, of course, have riveted on handles. It's going to have 2 of these handles. It's got, of course, snap rings that holds it together. The blue side is going to be the side you will actually angle towards the ground. The inner side is going to be black. That's going to be the side you're going to angle towards the sun. This is not just 2 single panels. It's not just 3. It's 4 panels. Now, I know that banner is kind of blocking part of it. What I can tell you is this is a very long panel. Now, this panel is approximately 50 plus inches long, and it is less than 10 pounds. This is going, of course, to be IP68 rating for wet weather, harsh weather. You guys could leave it in a dust storm and then go out and wash it with a hose, and it will still work. This should and still could be capable of charging even in overcast and rainy days. Like, let's say you guys are hanging out in Oregon, maybe Portland or Seattle. You guys know that it's a rainforest state and it rains quite a bit. This will still get a nice charge in low light settings in overcast days. So it's going to do very well. When you're done, if you want, guys, put it up and put it away and you don't have to worry about it, or leave it strapped outside for long periods of time without an issue. It's going to be able to charge all the pieces you want. Does come with, of course, that 10-foot cable. You guys can get a 16.5-foot extension cable if you want. With that, of course, on hand, you guys can get that separately. When you get it, the cabling is going to have the 8020 adapter, the 7909, and that USB-C adapter plug as well. So you guys can connect this to multiple stations, including the 100 plus, the 240, and the 300 we're showing you guys. At $299, you're getting a $209 solar panel. Think about that. $209 solar panel. Is that crazy or what? I'm going to say their math is a little off, I'm thinking. It's a cool little piece, guys. Any questions about the solar panel or the 300? The 300 is actually a really nice original system. I like the system quite a lot. It does do very, very well for you guys. So it's going to pack quite a punch and charge the devices that you are going to definitely need. Now, the normal price of this actual 100-watt panel is normally like $300. It's on sale for $209. So you think about you're getting, of course, this panel and, of course, the 300 for a phenomenal price point. It's actually a really, really great price point. The station alone is $169. So there's, of course, your big discount of the day. It's a great discount. I like this panel though. Sheila, did you end up buying that Jackery power station we were talking about earlier? Huh? Did you get that 5,000? You know you want it. I'm going to keep harping Sheila until she has it. I know Sheila. She's got gears grinding in her head saying, get that 5,000. She's probably like, I could take 10 batteries and run my whole home. What does one do with the solar panel? Is there a plug? Yes, there is a plug for the solar panel. The solar panel cabling is going to look like this. This, of course, is the dual cable plug. It's fully waterproof. On the other end is going to be the DC adapter. Now, you may have a 7909 or an 8020 style adapter. These adapters will plug into the power stations that we're showing you, ranging from the 100 plus all the way up to the, I just thought I dropped it, up to the 5,000 system. Now, the smaller systems all the way up to like the 1,000 is going to be using the 7909. Anything above the original 1,000 is going to use the 8020 adapter. You connect this onto the solar panel. You put the solar panel outside in the brightest area of your yard. When you have it in the brightest area of your yard, it's going to collect, of course, light and convert it to power into the station, which then thus means you're not paying your electric company to charge your devices. Now, I live in an apartment. Unfortunately, I am paying my electric company to charge most of these devices just so I can show them to you guys. Plan is to move out of said apartment and have a yard so I can use outside, which would be amazing to have a studio or to even do a whole show outside. I would enjoy that. So Arthur, that's pretty much it. The cabling is going to connect up to the solar panel. Solar panel will set outside. The cabling then will connect onto the power station to charge the power station. Now, the cool thing is as long as you have enough solar charge coming in, you guys can instantly keep running that device. If you have more power being drawn out than you are putting in, then the device will not run forever. You have to just kind of do the math with it. So hopefully that kind of answers your question with that. And ignore me, I broke the little loop that holds it together earlier. I was not being careful. Any other questions? Well, I'm checking multi-chaps. We are multi-streaming tonight, guys, so I am on multi-channel, so there are multi-chats. So if I happen to miss anybody, I do apologize. We'll try and answer the questions as we see them. All right, I don't see no questions, so we're going to actually pop over to the 500. Now, before I go to the 500, let's talk about it. It is still an original housing device. The original housing is, of course, like the 300 we just showed you. It has a fixed handle. It is, of course, the original lithium battery chemistry. It's not a LiFePO 4 cell. It's got the original charging system. Now, you may think it might be, well, you know, they have newer stuff. Yeah, they do, but it's still very, very relevant of a system that does really well. Now, we're going to move over to, of course, the table. We're going to move our cameras over there. We're going to zoom on in. Now, when we zoom on in, we're going to actually have the beautiful 500 power station. Now, that 500 power station is going to pack 518 watt hours of power. It is $284.99 tonight. That's a 43% savings just by itself, right? Now, with 518 watt hours of power, it's going to take you approximately 5.5 hours on the DC wall plug to fully charge this device. It will be the same amount of time to charge it in your car on a cigarette car lighter. Let's say you guys are going from Oregon to Hoover Dam for the day, or you guys are going to Oregon to Hoover Dam for vacation to see the Hoover Dam, or you guys are going to Vegas or Reno, or you guys are going to, let's say, California to Arizona. It's going to take you over 5 hours to drive there. It's going to be fully charged by the time you get there. You're going to have a power station. Now, off that full charge, you'll be able to run multiple pieces without a problem. You do have 3 USB-A ports in the middle. Those USB-A ports are going to do 5 volt, 2.4 amp connectability. You're going to have a 500 watt AC outlet next to that. That 500 watt AC outlet does 1,000 watts max if you need to. Am I a YouTuber? Yes, I do YouTube as well. I believe I'm on YouTube right now. Now, with it, of course, we have a 12 volt 10 amp plug on the other side. We also have 2 round DC plugs on that. Those are all output ports. Above that is going to be your DC 7909 input port that's going to allow you to use the wall plug or solar panel or cigarette card lighter to charge this. On the opposite side, you have this beautiful little flashlight that's going to do single standard mode, or if I hold it down, SOS pattern. Now that's, of course, if you guys get stranded and need to warn anybody that you're stranded. Has a larger body, but the body does not weigh a phenomenal amount. It's 13.25 pounds, so still very lightweight of a product. If you want to charge it with the solar panel, guys, you have options. Like the 100 watt panel is going to take 7.5 hours. When fully charged, you should be able to run a mini cooler for over 9 hours, or that flat screen TV for over 7 hours, or a laptop for 30 plus hours. You have a more wide variety of ranges of items to plug in off this because it does do more power of charging and running. You guys could even do, let's say, your air pump. That's going to be like your 50 watt air pump. 50 watt air pump should get around 8 hours of runtime off of this device. That's going to be like for your inflatable rafts, air mattresses, bicycle pumps, your air compressors for your air brushes. Now, some of those do run about 140 watts. Others are around the 60 watt to 45 watt range. Single piston style air brushes or air compressors will be ran off of this for a good amount of time. Double pistons will, of course, run less time on this one. Blenders will run about 50 minutes. Let's say you guys are in the backyard. Your guys are in, of course, having a nice little pool party. You want to make daiquiris or mocktails or, of course, milkshakes. 50 minutes of runtime on that. Now, a CPAP machine should be able to run off of this for over 9 hours without a problem, without a heated hose. You guys should be able to sleep all night, probably a couple nights without a problem with this system, without a heated hose. If you have a heated hose, probably 9 to 10 hours is going to be your max. You have even more variety of other things, guys. Lighting gear, your kids' toys. You guys can charge your kids' toys. Your laptops, like your little 200 watt laptops, or even your 200 watt desktop. A 200 watt desktop should be able to run for about 5 hours or so. Now, I'm going to go here with this. Your 200 watt desktop is going to be like your HP, your Gateways, and your smaller compact desktops. Most of those say about 200 watts. Most of those do not run at a max of 200 watts. Your 200 watts is always your max draw of pushing it to the max, like your video editing and all of that. Most systems don't even run that far, so you should be fine. Your Wi-Fi router. If your Wi-Fi router can run on a 240 for over 14 hours, you're going to get over 30 hours of runtime. That means you guys have internet at home if your power goes out. Most times when your power goes out, your internet cable package still works. Get your modem up and running, and you will have internet on your phones or your tablets or whatever you need to be connected to. Plug in a TV as well on top of it, and you guys are watching your shows before the power comes on. Your neighbors are looking through your window, and they're jealous because, well, hey, that guy was smart enough to get something to actually keep themselves busy. Now, like I said, by itself, $284.99 is a great price point, but you guys can get it, of course, with the 100-watt solar panel for $479. Normally, that's like an $800 price tag. It's 40% off today, and it's going to come with that beautiful solar panel that we just showed you. The capabilities are literally endless. It's your ideas that will, end up finishing at some point. The more things you guys test and try out on it, the more things we're going to learn that you guys can use on it. I was actually plugging in my DSLR batteries. I was charging multiple items. I even tried my Xbox. Xbox can run off of it, just so you know. Won't say you're going to get an all-day gameplay session off of it, but you're going to get a good gameplay out of it. I mean, at least a few hours. That'll keep me busy long enough before my ADHD kicks in and says, ooh, shiny penny, let's walk off that direction. So any questions about the 500, guys, please ask. We're definitely here to answer. Checking all the chats. Now, guys, we do have those deals for you today. Don't forget the banners. The banners are going to tell you guys 5% off $1,500 purchases. You're also going to see the 1000 V2 for about $399, which I consider probably one of the better deals of the week for us. You're also going to see the 2000 V2 at an alarming 53% off if you use the code that we have. Now, we are going to go into the 1000 V2 range. Now, we're going to kind of talk about the 1000 V2, but before we do that, we're going to come over here. We're going to grab a media source, and you guys can kind of see what the 1000 V2 can actually do. Times, and you might want to actually start running your inflatable decorations or lights. Well, why not use the Jackery Explorer 1000 V2 to actually do that? Now, you guys are seeing that wattage climb right there, and of course, it's going to show, of course, how much hours are left at 22% battery. Now, we do have, of course, multiple light sets and, of course, a lot of inflatable decorations plugged in. You guys are seeing those inflatable decorations start inflating up there for you guys on scene. Now, the cool part is actually in the back of, on the other side of the fence, there's actually 5 more inflatable decorations. And yes, Wildflower, we do YouTube, we do Twitch, we do, of course, TikTok, we do it all. Around the porch as well is being ran off of this beautiful 1000 V2. Now, guys, it's going to do a well job for all of your holiday decorations, paired up with, of course, a solar panel, and you don't have to actually charge it on your wall plug. You're doing it all by solar power. Now, the 1000 V2 packs quite a wallop with 1,070 watt-hours of power for all of your decorations. So right there is just an idea of the kind of things that you guys can do with the 1000 V2. Let's say you guys want to do your Christmas decorations or your Halloween decorations. You literally can plug in those and run them off of this. Now, you guys saw the percentage that was left on that system and the runtime that was there. Add solar panels to allow it to charge during the day, and you guys run your stuff off of it at night. You and, of course, your neighbors or people passing by can enjoy the decorations for a free of charge. Let's be honest, you guys are using a power station, let it solar charge, and you're not paying your electric company, which is a great idea. Now, the 1000 V2, of course, is in the middle of the table. Now, this, my camera, someone won't tell my camera to slow down. Slow down, camera. This is going to be the 1000 V2, and my camera is not acting properly because the fan is blowing on it incorrectly. So let's see if we can get on this properly today. So the 1000 V2 is actually a 24-pound device. At 24 pounds, most people should be able to carry it without an issue. I know my wife can carry it. I know my kid can carry it. I know the neighbor kid can carry it because it is definitely light enough. Now, with it, you're going to have a bunch of different ideas and different things you guys can run off of this. This is version 2. There is an original version. Version 2 actually comes to the newer battery style LiFePO 4 cells. It also has that new Charge Shield 2.0. This device is $399 tonight. It's a 50% savings. Here's where it's going to get kind of cool. The 1000 V2 is, of course, 1,070 watt-hours of power. 1,070 watt-hours of power is actually a good amount of power in a 32-pound package, or 33 pounds, whatever it is. Actually, this is 24 pounds. What am I thinking? It's been a long week. 24 pounds. 24 pounds is 1,070 watt-hours of power. It is 12 inches long, 8 inches wide by about 9 inches tall with the handle down. Now, it has, of course, a foldable handle that can be put and placed away. It can and will accept up to 400 watts of solar charge from 2 of the 200-watt solar panels. If you have 2 of those panels, 2.5 hours is all it's going to take to charge it with those panels. On a wall plug, less than an hour and a half or about an hour and a half normally on fast charging mode. In supercharge mode with, of course, Charge Shield 2.0, you're going to be able to have it fully charged in under an hour without a problem. Now, you do have, of course, the 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug. You also have that flashlight on the side that's going to do low light, high light, and SOS light patterns. On the opposite side, that 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug, and below that is a 30-watt USB-C port. Below that 130-watt port is a 100-watt USB-C port, and of course a 18-watt USB-A port below that. All of these plugs are individually switched on the device itself or in the app. The app is completely free and acceptable. You guys can use it. This is considered a 120-volt device, so those 3 AC outlets are going to do 120 volts of charge rate. They are going to do, of course, 1,500 watts of charging capability at pure sine wave. If you want to, though, at surge max weight, 3,000 is where you're going to be at. So 3,000 is very decently, perfectly done. With this device, though, you guys can run multiple items at great charge rates. You're going to get about 4,000 charge cycles at 100% battery capacity. After that 4,000 charge cycles, it's going to charge at about 70 to 80% max capacity, not 100% capacity after that. That's about a 10-year charge span for most people. Now, they are definitely built to last with the UL 22743 drop test certifications and the 94V-0 flame retardant material. It's a lot to say, correct? Now, you should be able to do about 14 laptop charges off of this, or at least 20 drone batteries. That's going to be like your Mavic Airs. You will get approximately 40 to 50. I'm going to go there. You know, that's 40 or so cell phone charges. All right, 40 or so. If you want to run like a Starlink or a standard Starlink off of this, 10 hours to 29 hours max, depending on the power range and the device that you have. 14 hours with the mini cooler, 47 minutes with the microwave, and of course 1 week with your modem and router hooked up. If you really need coffee for that morning shift because you're out without power, you just need that coffee to plug through, 94 minutes on the coffee maker. That's going to be like your smaller coffee makers, not your big, large espresso machines. Heated blanket, 12 hours, or of course, you guys can do multiple other devices like your fan. Your 45-watt fan should be able to run for about 23 hours. That's a phenomenal runtime with this. And for $399, normally $800 price tag, that is like a, for me, no-brainer of a purchase. It's definitely 50% off, so you guys are saving quite a bit. It's an amazing little station. Now, on the side, you're going to be greeted with two DC 8020 plugs. You're also going to be greeted with the AC outlet. That is where you're going to plug in your wall plug to charge it, or, of course, your solar panels. It's simplified little product, easy to use, and not an issue. Using it with the app is kind of amazing as well because, guys, let's be honest, you can turn on the flashlight from the app. You can turn on the AC outlet. You guys can turn on the DC outlets, or you can turn them off. You can also see the charge rate that's left on the battery percentage, and the temperature that the battery is at. Now, it is, of course, made with, of course, cooling technology that has a fan system built in. That is the loudest part of the system, and it is under 30 decibels. It is considered library quiet for those of you that need to be very super quiet and use it in areas that may not need the noise pollution around, correct? Some other ideas to run this, like I said, Christmas decorations, Halloween decorations, your Christmas tree if you really wanted to. Let's be honest, you wake up on Christmas morning, there's no power, your kids aren't up yet, but when they get up, they're going to be disappointed they cannot see their gifts. Plug in, of course, a lamp and the Christmas lights and allow them to see the fun and still enjoy the Christmas morning. You guys could still plug in the coffee maker, make sure you guys have coffee while you're doing it because let's be honest, you stayed up all night wrapping gifts the night before and were forgetful about doing it days before. It is amazing ideas that you guys can come up with to actually change the ideas and do these. Now, I've actually ran my Sony ZV-E10 off of this system at one point to do recordings, which is kind of cool. I also did my Sony ZV-1. I did that with 3 different Keystone lights, guys. That's like your little light panels. You guys can record videos and do streams like we do off of these systems if you really wanted to. Just make sure that your system can handle the amount of power that some of your systems do. My computer has a 1200 watt or 11. It's like 11 to 1200 watt power supply. It's a large power supply. That power supply does pull quite a bit when you are editing videos. So you are going to pull some power when editing. So that's just where we're at with this on hand. Now, I'm attempting to grab a piece of candy because of my voice, but we're all good. So at $399, 50% off, the 1000 V2 is a really, really amazing best deal. Let's go there. Now, if you want to, though, you guys can get it with the 200 watt solar panel for $699. The 200 watt panel is over $400 today on sale. So you're getting a system and the panel for $699. 46% savings with this package deal. Normally a $1,300 package deal. There is a clippable 7% clippable coupon. You do need to read the terms and conditions on that on Amazon, though. Um, don't really know much about it. I just know it's on that page for you. So that, of course, is the 1000 V2. If you guys have questions, like I always say after every product, if you have questions, definitely ask. For those of you that may want me to skip to a different product, always say so, and we're good there as well. We can definitely do that. If you guys see or need to unmute, ask questions, we're here to answer those questions for you. We do not want you guys to go in blind and grab the wrong station that's not proper for you. We want you to make sure you're happy with your purchase. With that being said, we're going to move over to the big brother. This, of course, is the 2000 V2. Now, you guys are going to see that there is a cable connected to the 2000 V2. It technically is supposed to be running a light, and I'm going to grab it up and turn it on. Once I turn it on, you guys are going to see it's going to get much brighter over there. With it being much brighter, you guys can actually, if I pull up the app, you can see the wattage that we're running that device off of. I'm going to change views real quick. So inside the app, you guys are going to see, of course, I have 75% battery. It's running at approximately 76 degrees or so. Down there, it's going to show you guys the DC plug. Now, it is pulling 0 watts at this second. That means it's running off of the battery. Of course, it's had a full battery charge, but in a while, it'll start draining and start using that. If I want to, guys, I can turn on the flashlight on the device just like that, or I can turn it off from the app. We can go into high brightness of the flashlight or even SOS pattern for you. I want to turn on the AC outlet. I just do that and the screen will come on and you guys can start seeing, of course, the draw and battery percentage. If I want to turn off the plug, I just literally shut off the screen just like that. It's kind of cool. Now, you guys are now seeing that it's pulling about 9 watts of draw out of that system. So it's now running that light with that. If I shut off, of course, the other side, it's still pulling 9 watts. You don't have to worry about it. Now, the 2000 V2 is actually a really amazing product that is actually going to do 2,042 watt hours of power for you. Now, 2,042 watt hours of power, you would think it's going to take a long time to fully charge. Technically, under 2 hours is where you're going to be at to fully charge it on the AC outlet. If you want to, with the 2000 V2, you guys can actually go into, of course, emergency charge mode. When in emergency charge mode, you guys can fully charge this in 1 hour charge time without a problem. You guys can also use the solar array. With the solar array, you guys, if you use, I think it's 4 of the 100, let's back that up. One 200 watt panel is going to take about 5 hours to charge. This device can accept up to 800 watts of charge rate. You guys will have it fully charged in 2 hours. If you want to use the solar and, of course, the AC plug under 50 minutes, you're good to go. You're up and charged, and you're running. Now, you do have, of course, that 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug that you guys can clearly see there. A USB-C 30-watt port, which you cannot clearly see because it's plugged in. Below that plug is a 100-watt USB-C port and, of course, a 15-watt or 18-watt USB-A port. Beside that is 3 American Standard AC outlets. Those AC outlets are going to do 2,200 watts of pure sine wave power. That means you guys are running your VR or sim systems without a problem, let's be honest. 2,200 watts is a lot of power to be pulled through an AC outlet, but you guys can max it out at 4,400 if you need to. With this device on a full charge, you should be able to run a CPAP machine for over 150 hours without a problem. This device today with our discount code is $791 for you. Now, you guys can even run, let's say, a 1150 watt window AC for about 2 hours, a 200 watt desktop PC for 12 hours, your coffee maker for about 3 hours, your crock pot for over an hour and a half without a problem. Now, your crock pot does pull some power for you. If you want to even run other devices like your hand drills, water pumps, air pumps, you can go ahead and do so. You're out there, you're chopping up the box in your car stereo subwoofer box. You made a big mess with sawdust of chopping it up because, well, let's be honest, you walled your car, the bank's not happy, or your wife isn't. You have to pull the wall out because you're not getting the numbers you want. That sawdust makes a mess. Well, why not plug in your shop vac and clean it up? You got 2.5 hours of runtime with that shop vac. Tree trimmers can be ran off of it, of course, as well, and weed eaters and leaf blowers. There are more items than that I can think of that you guys would be blown away that you can run off of this. And we're going to kind of go into some more of these items because, let's be honest, it does a lot. 520 watt double door refrigerator should be able to run for approximately 4 hours or more off of this device without a problem. 14 hours with a 100 watt movie projector, or of course your hair dryer. And I go into this one every time. It is of course Monday morning. Your wife just jumped out of the shower. The power goes out. Her hair is soaking wet. She does not want to use a towel. She wants her hair dryer. Plug it into the Jackery Power Station 2000 V2. Get an hour of runtime. If she cannot get her hair dry in an hour, she's not happy. You're not staying home, or you're sleeping on the couch. Just going there with that. The portable AC, like I said, 2 hours on almost 2 hours on 1150 watt. The 1000 watt ones, you're going to get over 2 hours. The 800 watts, like in your RV, of course, about 3 hours. And you guys can see where I'm going with this. It's going to have a decent runtime. I apologize, everybody. 90 watt mini fridge, 14 hours. 60 watt portable freezer, about 20 hours. Drone batteries, around 45 charges. Your iPhone battery, 60 to 65 charges or so. The 20 hours of runtime for an air pump is going to be like a 50 watt air pump. That's going to be your smaller air pumps for most of the time. 70 watt inverter heaters. That's your small ceramic heaters. The inverter heaters, about 19-ish hours. That's actually a decent runtime to keep you nice and warm in the times of that. Now, we can always go into why should you go with a solar generator. I mean, that's really up to you if you really want to go that route, but let's be honest. A gas generator puts out noise. If you don't want to hear the noise, an electric generator or a solar generator is a better option. On top of that, you guys can use these inside the house, unlike a gas generator. Gas generators put off, of course, carbon monoxide and other gases, so it can cause issues when in the house. I mean, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Quiet operation means you guys can literally set it next to your bed or your child's bed while they're sleeping, and you're not going to hear it or even realize it's running. That's why running a CPAP machine can be done off of this. You won't hear it being ran. Cost to ratio, guys, with the solar panel solar stations are out there. At $791, normally a $1,500 price tag, this is actually a really great deal. 30 decibels of noise runtime. Now, if I would have pulled out my, I have a decibel meter, guys. It's a handheld one for like testing electronics. Does really well. If I would have pulled it out, you guys would have noticed my house fan is louder than these stations. My PC is louder than these stations. I am 100 times louder than all of that stuff. Let's just go there. 2000 V2 is definitely worth adding to your kit or your arsenal. You guys are definitely going to enjoy it. I think it's a great product. Now, if you have like a, let's say 100 watt refrigerator, guys, 17 hours of runtime. 17 hours of runtime is very decently well done for those smaller refrigerators. That's like your dorm refrigerator. So it will do decently well in those times where you need it to do it. It'll actually do the same amount of runtime like on the 2000 V2 if you really needed to. 50 watt laptops will be ran for about 34 to 35 hours if my math in my head is correct with that, which is kind of cool. So I love those options. You have definitely a lot of options for you with this product. Now, we don't want you guys just to think you have to buy just the system alone. You guys can definitely get it with 2 of the 200 watt solar panels. If you go with the option of the 2000 V2 with the 200 watt solar panels, that's 2 of these. You can get it for $1,500. Now, remember, with those 2 panels, you guys have it up and charged in under about 2 hours of time without a problem. Why can I went blank with that one? It's been a long week, guys. Long week. With those 2 panels, about 5 hours. With 800 watts of solar panel, it's going to be 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That's actually a quick runtime. The device itself does weigh 39.5 pounds, almost 40 pounds. Let's round it up. Each solar panel weighs approximately 21 pounds. The 400 panels are quite heavy, or the 200 watt panels, so you're going to have two of those. They're actually quite heavy, so just be cautious with those panels. Great deals, amazing Black Friday deals. Those are, of course, your best deals, I think, of the day or week. Amazing little products with that. So does anybody have any questions about anything else with the 2000 V2s or the products we've talked before that? If you do, now is the time to ask because, well, let's be honest, I like talking to people. Do bear with me, guys. You guys ever eat pepperoni and have heartburn? I have it right now. All right, let's bounce over to this camera. Let's go into this. You guys have seen some of the smaller stations that pack quite a wallop. You've also seen the first stages of the larger systems. The 1000 V2 and the 2000 V2 are very current products. As in current means they have dropped in the last few months and they're doing what they should do. Now the 1000 V2 dropped before the 2000 V2 and it made a hit and a splash. These things are selling so quick, it's crazy, honestly. Earlier there was a BOGO with the 1000 V2 that sold out and all the free products disappeared that quick. So it's just one of those things. If you guys really want it, I'd make sure to put it in your cart and purchase it. You are guaranteed for that price. So if you guys happen to see it a little lower, you reach out to customer service and they're going to help refund the difference. That's where that price guarantee comes in. Candy. All right, let's talk about the larger systems, and then we're going to go into this. You guys, we could talk about the very, very large system that's down there, but we're actually going to talk about the big ones on the table. And that table is actually quite large. If you guys didn't notice, there's actually a lot of systems sitting behind us. We're going to go into the 3000 Pro range. Now, the 3000 Pro is their largest standalone system to date. Now, standalone system means no modular, no extra batteries. It is what's in the package. I apologize. I don't know where that came from, but the heartburn is now starting to just do weird things. The 3000 Pro does come with two of the 200 watt solar panels for $1,999 tonight. That is a 50% savings. The 50% savings, normally a $4,000 price tag, is a crazy, crazy deal. This device does weigh 64 pounds. And in 64 pounds, if I go over here to this little image, you're going to see that they added two large 3-inch wheels. These 3-inch wheels are going to allow you to roll it across most surfaces, ranging from, let's say, your carpet, your hardwood floors, your concrete, your pavement, even hard-packed dirt, gravel. Sand, not so much, but it can be done. It's just going to have a lot of drag for you guys, but it has it. Now, 3,024 watt hours of power that can be fully charged in 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours for that much power is actually decently well done charging rate. Now, this does not have Charge Shield 2.0, so it doesn't have, that super fast charge rate like some of them do. It is, of course, it's a year or so old, so, it has some of the older technology. If you want to charge it, though, with 6 of the 200 watt solar panels, you're going to have it charged in about 3.5 hours. That's actually quite quick. That's actually super fast charging with solar. Now, it is approximately 30% lighter than some of the other products in, of course, its product range in similar capacity. Most of those weigh about 83 pounds. Not going to name names, but that's where we're going. With this, it's actually got a 12-volt 10-amp DC plug. That cigarette lighter plug is hid behind a panel next to that one green light up there. Below that, of course, is 2 USB-C ports. Now, we're going to kind of zoom on in. You're going to see, of course, the USB-A ports at 18 watts and the 2 USB-C ports at 100 watts max charging capability. Beside that is 4 AC outlets. One of those is a NEMA plug. Now, the NEMA plug only does 120 volts. It doesn't do 240, so don't think it can do 240. With the 5 AC outlets, it does 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, but can peak at 6,000. Technically, you guys can connect up your welder to this and run it for about an hour's time by itself without charging it. To be able to carry this with you in the back of your truck and weld something without having a gas generator is actually kind of cool. Most people are only going to need to weld a very quick weld on, of course, the trail if you're out 4-bying. If you break something a lot bigger than that, you're probably not welding it right there. You're probably, just dragging it out. Or your buddy's going to come in with this high-end Mac welder or, something like that, and he's going to do the job for you. Now, with this, though, you guys could also run your 60-watt TV for over 35 hours. Now, 35 hours is a crazy amount of time to watch TV when a power is out. What that means is most of you will have your power out before this thing dies, and you're going to be able to watch your movies, whether it be, Rudolph the Reindeer or, of course, the Christmas carols, or even our good old Cannonball Run. I like Cannonball Run. That's a good show. Now, you guys can run other things like your 1150 watt window AC for over 3 hours, or approximately 3 hours with 1150 watt window AC. A CPAP machine will give you over 200 hours off of this device without a problem. If you think the 2042 watt hours powers can do 150 hours, over 200 hours with this one without an issue with the CPAP machine. Can be used in minus 4-degree weather, but anything below that, it's not always recommended. You may drain the battery quicker. 2.25 hours with the microwave, 3 hours with your oven, 4 hours with your toaster oven, and of course 8 hours with a blender. Let's be honest, 8 hours in your blender, most people are already asleep by then. You know what I mean. Movie night is out back. You guys just set up your whole backyard so everybody can come over and watch a movie. You got your projector and your inflatable projector screen. Plug it into the system and run it for over 21 hours. You guys, that's a long marathon. That's multiple Harry Potter movies, multiple Fast and the Furious movies, or even one Lord of the Rings movie. What? You guys know what I mean. Lord of the Rings is super long and sometimes quite too long. 220 hours with your 3-watt light bulb or your tea kettle for 3 hours, or 15 hours with the mini cooler. Hey, you guys can have the ice chest while you're camping and you're good to go. Technically, you guys can plug in your RV to this, kind of, and run other items off of it. 101 cell phone charges can be done off of this station. 101 cell phone charges. That is a 4,300 milliamp battery. Your Samsung S23s are 4,500, so don't think about it. It's going to be less charge times. Space heaters, drone batteries, of course, electric grills, and other tools. From leaf blowers, lawnmowers, drills, chainsaws, angle grinders, palm sanders, table planers. You guys can run your shop equipment off of this. Your pipe bender to fix your exhaust because Phil let it rust out in New Jersey. When Phil let that thing rust out, you guys going to make a new exhaust. Get that pipe bender out. Make sure you bend it around the proper placements. You guys can plug it into this. Now, some of those pipe benders may take a little bit more. Some may just be manual handheld pipe benders, but we're just messing with Phil because he lives in the rust bucket. What's up, Phil? How are you doing, buddy? Glad to see you over there, my man. How was the work day? Guys, I am actually messing with one of my chats and one of my buddies, Phil. Great guy, but I had to make a joke about his vehicles because, well, let's be honest, he sold his truck and it was a little rusty, so he bought a new truck. How you doing, my man? What's up? Now, like I said, guys, you have, of course, all of these inputs and outputs. You guys make use of them as you want. The dimensions of this device is approximately 18.5 inches by 14 inches by 14 inches tall. It's quite big for its sizing, but the handle and wheels make it easy to carry around. Add solar panels, guys. You're up and running, and you guys can run pretty much your house, your shop, your wood shop, your garage, or even your cabin. Maybe you guys like to go off the grid cabin living, or maybe you guys live in your little minivans. This will do well for you guys in these systems. It's actually very portable, and it does still have 2 large orange silicone pads on the front with those wheels in the back. When it's set down, it does not shift, so you're good to go with that. At $1,999 or $1,999, it's a phenomenal price point. With it being that much, guys, you can use the 5% discount code and get 5% off, and you guys are saving yourself a little bit more money. To save yourself another extra 5% off of that purchase is where I would be, definitely. Any questions, guys? Huh? Any? Besides Phil, we're going to ignore Phil because I know he's going to come back with a comment like I just made. And we could banter all night, but we're not going to do that. All right, we're going into the 300 plus, guys. This is back to the little mini station. The little baby. Now, we're actually talking about the 300 plus package deal. Now, for those of you that have realized that my carousel is not moving on the other side, I apologize. Forgot I was multi-streaming on multi-channels, and I did not... my cart's not working anyways. There it goes. We're going to be talking about the 300 plus. Now, the 300 plus is a really, really cool power station. Now, this 300 plus power station is going to do 288 watt hours of power, but it actually comes with a mini 40 solar panel for $279. But 288 watt hours of power, how long is it going to take to fully charge this device? Actually, under an hour and a half. Under an hour and a half is actually a really, really amazing charge rate for this device because it does not have Charge Shield 2.0. It's just, of course, quick charging. Under 8 pounds. Total package weight is 11 pounds. And that's going to be, of course, these two devices together. Now, these two devices are beautifully well done. Now, beautifully well done means you guys are, of course, up and running and having fun. And you guys are golden. With it, of course, guys, 300 watts of pure sine wave power through the AC outlet can peak at 600 if you need to. Now, you do have, of course, one USB-C port at 100 watts in and out, one USB-C port at 15 watts, and, of course, a USB-A at 15 watts as well. 12-volt 10-amp DC plug. Guys, don't stick your finger in there. That is a power source, and let's turn it on. You guys don't have to worry. The flashlight does dual modes and SOS pattern for you guys if you need to. Nice, large digital screen and a handle that folds up. Under an hour and a half, fully charged, you're good to go. With the Mini 40 solar panel, 7.5 hours is where you're going to be at to charge this device. Now, when fully charged, you guys can do multiple items and multiple devices without a problem and be running and going with this. Whether it be your phone to your drone. 13 phone charges. That's like your 29 watt battery, your 4,000 milliamp battery. 3 laptop charges. 12 DSLR batteries, 5 drone batteries. That's your Mavic Air DJIs, and all of the other cool stuff. Now, I've ran more than that. Nintendo Switch, about 36 hours off of this. Your flat screen TV for multiple hours, approximately 4.25 hours off of this without a problem. Technically, an Xbox can be plugged in and ran off of this because it's under 600 watts, kind of. Now, the range will vary with those people with us. Now, 600 watts max, 300 watts rated at pure sine wave power. Output power is that 300 watts. Input power, guys, is going to be 100 watts max for the solar charging capability. That's going to be your USB-C port. Solar capability, 100 watts max. That's why it takes 7.5 hours to charge this device, because of the max rating. The 7 to 8 pound package means you guys can carry it and not worry, or do, of course, workout, arm stretches, and everything in between. Now, I should probably be working out my weak arm because, let's be honest, the weak arm doesn't get worked out as much. This power station still has the silicone pads on the bottom. They are round in shape instead of the square ones, which is kind of cool. They changed it up a little. It does have, of course, that large AC outlet charging capability cable and, of course, the air cooling technologies on the side. This little station is actually beautifully well done. It does decently well for what it is. Now, very sustainable and very portable. This is going to work for camping, hiking, quick emergencies, or if you guys need to do other ideas, you have those on hand. The lightweightness of this panel and this piece, of course, is definitely worth. The equivalent weight of, let's say, 2 MacBooks between the two devices together. So it's like 2 MacBooks. That's actually easily done. Your kids during school year probably carry more weight in their backpack than they would with this combined. I mean, I know when my kid was going into school, she was carrying at least 20 pounds in books. It's crazy. Now most kids don't have to carry books, they're carrying tablets to school, which is just also very terrifying. This would actually do good to actually power their tablet for school. You know, when they have, of course, that early release snow days and they still have to work at home. So that's, of course, the 300 plus and mini 40 solar panel at $279. Normally a $400 price tag for you guys if you need something like that. We definitely had you covered on this one. If power goes out and I want to run 2 refrigerators, 2 freezers, which power bank can run all 4 at the same time? MRS or misses? That's a good question, and I'm going to answer that with you're going to need a big one. And I'm going to be honest with you. You're going to need a big fridge and freezers or power station to run those. If you have multiple freezers and multiple fridges, 2 and 2. If it is a standard double door refrigerator, some of the systems can run them for about 4 hours. You're going to need a big system. Now, it will vary between the system, but I'm going to recommend the 5,000 plus for that. And there's a reason for it. And I'm going to kind of show you. We'll actually pop over here. So this is the 5,000 plus system. The 5,000 plus system is 5,040 watt hours of power by itself. It is a modular system that can actually add 5 batteries to give you 30 kilowatts of hour power. You can run it in parallel with the second 5,000 up to 60 kilowatts of hour power, but this station will allow you to run or connect what's called high power voltage solar systems. That's going to be like your larger solar panel arrays that go on the top of your house, or the ones that sit up on the big old metal pole in your yard. That will allow for 4,000 watts of charge rate, which means you guys can have this system fully charged in under 2 hours, which means you're charging the power back up rather quickly. If you do not have that large array and you guys are using the smaller array, it allows for like 1,200 watts of charging capability, which is approximately 5 hours-ish charged that way. Now, if you use the wall charger to fully charge it, it's going to be approximately 3.5 hours at 1,800 watts. This can be connected up to your house with a smart transfer switch or a manual transfer switch. When you connect that up, guys, it's going to be connected up to your electric circuit box or circuit breaker box that comes into your house. So your electric box, transfer box. It will parallel and connect to that box, and it will actually connect up to those circuits, which means you guys can actually put your fridge circuits on the system through the smart transfer switch. When your power goes out, it can actually be used as a 0 milliseconds switchover, which means there is 0 delay in switching it over. It automatically just starts running. That is where you're going to be the capacity or the ability to do that. Because I'm going to be honest with you. The 3000 Pro can technically run your fridge for multiple hours, but that's like a single fridge. So the rating is for like, let's say 4 hours on a single fridge, but most fridges don't run like normal fridges. I mean, your fridge usually uses a temperature gauge, so it kicks on and off. Same with your freezers. So the 5,000 plus is going to be your better bet for running four devices like that, 2 fridges and 2 freezers. And the cool part is if you guys use the transfer switch like your bigger solar arrays, you don't have to worry about connecting it up to this device. It will already be connected up to your house. And the cool part is if you guys go away on vacation, you can unplug this and take it with you technically. So yeah, I would go with like the 5,000 system for those. It's a lot of power you're asking for that. Now, I don't know the size of your freezers and your fridges. If it's a large freezer and fridge, you're going to need a lot of power. I mean, it takes a lot of power to run those. Hopefully that kind of answered your question with that. I apologize. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Let me kind of show you. Let me pull up a product page and kind of show you what I'm talking about, because this technically has 2 NEMA plugs on it on the side. It's got a NEMA 14-30 and a NEMA 14-50 plug. You can technically charge your EV car off of this. Now, they claim you guys can run a refrigerator up to about 4 days off of the system alone. So I'm going to come over here, grab this piece, and kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. So that is the smart transfer switch, which you'll connect up to your circuit junction. When it's connected up to that, you'll plug in the power station to that said item right here. That's your circuit junction connected up to your power breaker. It's actually ran in conjoined. So when your power breaker or power box loses power, the Jackery system instantly takes over. You're not having to switch over. It automatically, it's smart AI style switch over. It does work with the app. The app will actually indicate your consumption, your generation from like solar. It'll also say your consumption and generation from, of course, wall power as well. You can turn it on and off of the grid at will, so you don't have to have it on all the time. It's only charging. The capability of actually plugging in the larger solar arrays with this is actually where it's at. Now, if I pull up, let me grab this. This is a kind of a better little detail. So this is going to be the inside of that smart transfer switch. This smart transfer switch actually has 12 electrical circuits, switchover boxes. Now it also has the power grid that can be shut off up here. That's a switching power grid. And down below it's got a play or pause button as well. It's kind of like pause and resume. It can connect up AC1 or AC2, which is power station 1 and power station 2. On the power station is where you'll link the batteries. Now, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is kind of what the batteries will look like in your wall power. So that's what you're going to kind of look like with this system. The batteries are made with cell-to-body technologies. It's all LiFePO4 cells. So it can definitely do very, very well as that. And you won't have to actually use the plugs on the system if you use the manual transfer switch. Now, I believe the whole package deal is like 2 solar panels, the station, and the manual transfer switch for $4,099 tonight. It's got a $1,000 clippable coupon. Plus, we have the extra 5% off with this. It can be used as a whole house power supply without a problem. It really just depends on how many batteries you really want to connect to it. Now, their math is on a standard household runtime with the math. So your ranging and variations are going to be off of that math. So like standard fridge. So when they say, oh, you can run a fridge for 4 days, that's going to be like a single fridge. So you start adding a second fridge, a third fridge, and a fourth fridge, you're going to need the extra batteries. Now, they tell you you can run most of your household off a single 5,000 for about a day. Once you add a battery, you should be able to run it for a couple days. Once you add 5 batteries, it's like 3 to 4 days without a problem before needing to recharge it. With the 2 devices and all 10 batteries, you guys can actually run your house for over 7 to 10 days without a problem. It can run a dryer, and the dryer takes a lot of power for like 3 hours, so off of the device itself. It can run a central AC. It can actually charge your like I said, your EV cars or even your RVs with that piece. It does weigh 132 pounds, but it is actually very easily movable, and I will show you how easy it is to move. So like this is that full device, and of course you guys are going to see my ugly legs in shorts. But if you want to, 2 fingers, literally tip it. That 2 fingers will allow you to roll it with ease. I have no problem doing it with 2 fingers, guys. If you want to, though, use your whole hand to tip it and move it away. This handle does fold up and lock away for those of you that need to lock it away. There are 2 large orange handles to deadlift it if you really need to deadlift it. And like I said, on the side, it's got the AC transfer switch or the AC connection port. Below that is your 2 NEMA plugs, which is actually kind of cool. If you want to put out and get of course, the high power voltage solar array, 2-hour charge rate is a crazy quick charge time on the system with that solar array. It'll be the same charge rate on your wall plug with, of course, that smart transfer switch or even the manual transfer switch. 4,000 watts of power can pass through that. So 2 hours is all it's going to take. And that's the same rate with, of course, single battery. So if you have a second, you have it in a battery, under 2 hours. The moment you start adding extra batteries, it's going to extend the charge rate a little because, I mean, let's be honest, the moment you go to 30 kilowatts of hour power, that's going to take a while to charge. I mean, you're only getting 4,000 watts in there at a time. So you just kind of do the math with that. It's actually really, really well done. The system's beautifully beautifully built. It's actually just released within the last week or so, so it is definitely a newer system. The capability of the 120 volt and the 240 volt with the dual voltage system makes it very, very versatile. 7,200 watts of pure sine wave power through, of course, the AC outlets that are on it. There are 4 on the front, and then your NEMA plugs on the side. With both systems connected together, 14,400 watts. That's going to be like your max output, but it can do that. 4 charging ways of charging it, which is even better. So you guys can charge it, of course, 4 different directions. Wall plug, solar panels. Solar panels are 2 different styles. Your wall outlet, like your standard AC 3-prong wall outlet, or of course having it connected up to your power pole. So that's the way it kind of works. And like I said, they calculate it based on an average daily electric use during blackouts in American households. So 4 days with your refrigerator off a single system is decently well done, but that is, of course, if your kids, and I'm going to say it right now, if your kids stay out of the fridge. And I'm actually the type of person that's like a kid that will open the fridge even knowing there's nothing in there, and I will still open it to see what's in there. That's just the way I am. I just have to see what's in there. But very portable, very powerful, smart app control, and actually very beautifully well done. It will even show you guys where your peak usage of the day is and your peak solar connection of the day. So it will optimize the battery output based on your electricity cost as well. So this is kind of cool. And I don't talk about that a lot. You can set it to charge when the cost of your electricity is lower. So most people say charging your solar or your station will cost you more during like certain peak hours and times. Charge it in the middle of the night where your charge rate is lower and your consumption rate is usually less. You'll get a cheaper rate to charge it off a wall plug to actually have that. That's kind of actually cool that it can actually teach itself that. So hopefully that kind of answered some of your questions about that. But yeah, definitely I would say the 5,000 plus is going to be your bet on that one. Any more questions, definitely ask. With that being said, guys, all right, cool. And we do have a 5% code, so we actually have that 5% discount code. It's BFLIVE 2024. You'll input that at, of course, you know what? Let me grab this. I do realize that you guys are probably not seeing the codes on the other side, so let me bring that over to you. So there are your codes. The Black Friday Live is going to be the bottom code for 5% off of $1,500 purchases. Dude, I'm going to be honest. It's really, really well done. And you know what? Let me kind of show you something real quick. I don't know if you saw it on the bottom of this system, but there are multiple hands on this system. So you guys have multiple ways of carrying it. So if you need to move it by the handle, you have the handle. But if you don't need to, there's actually another handle on the very bottom where you guys see all the wheels. There are 2 locking casters in the front. Those casters will lock in place so it doesn't roll around. And on the opposite side over here, you have, of course, your expansion slot, your AC port, and down here is your solar connections. The green switch is for turning on your high power voltage system. That's going to be like your big house arrays and stuff. Or you guys leave it where it is and use the 80-20 adapter plugs and use the 1,200 watts of solar capable panels. The package deal does come with, of course, 1 single panel, or it comes with 2, depending on the package you're going for. And let me actually check that in the carousel because you're probably not seeing my cart because I got sidetracked. So let's actually check that. So that's going to be right there. I just checked it for you. Now, it shows the $5,999 price tag, but if you click the Amazon page, there's a $1,000 clippable coupon right there on the page that you instantly click to get the introductory price of this device for this week. When you go to purchase it, guys, you can put that 5% discount code in and get another 5% off the top to save it, which is even better. It's a very, very amazing little system. Pretty phenomenal of a product that does quite a bit. Now, with that being said, I'm going to play a little video that we have for the 5000 plus system. While this is playing, I'm going to step aside for a quick second and get a nice fresh drink.
This is Jackery 5000 plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs for a whopping 60 kilowatt hours of storage and a 14,000 watt output. Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator. With Jackery 5000 plus, life goes on uninterrupted, unbound by the limits of the grid.
So that is, of course, the little video that gives you guys a little more depth of the detail of the system itself. Now, like I said, it is a package deal, so there is options to get it with, of course, the solar panels. Now, the solar panels are actually really, really amazingly well done, and that's going to be the 500X solar panel that's back here, and it's a large, large solar panel. That 500X solar panel is actually 6 85-watt panels put together. That panel is going to be, of course, fully mountable to any surface that you really want to. It's a bifacial solar panel. It, of course, is fully waterproof, water resistant. So if you guys want to go with that, you can definitely do that. Or, like I said, you guys can use the whole house arrays. Now, the kit comes with those solar panels, so you're good there. It's actually decently well done. It's perfectly priced. These are like $1,000 solar panels by themselves. The smart transfer switch that comes in the kit is, of course, a $1,700 transfer switch. No discounts for that originally. You guys are getting it, of course, in this package deal at a crazy price. So you're getting 2 panels, the station, and, of course, that piece. If you need the extra batteries, they are not on Amazon yet. You will actually have to go over to, Jackery itself and possibly, get them there. And that's just kind of the way it is. It's a really, really amazing piece, though. It's got its places, and honestly, it's going to do well. I have plans when I have some downtime to actually run my kitchen stove off of it. I'm going to attempt to run my fridge off of it. Unfortunately, don't have downtime right now until like the 2nd or 3rd. So that's the next chance I will get to actually test more products off of this. Right now, we're just, doing a plug and away, doing these streams to kind of show you guys the products at great price points. So, kind of cool. I love them. And, of course, now I got my nice, fresh ice water so I can start chugging that. That is super cold. I shouldn't have froze the whole water bottle. So, all right, we're going to bounce back, guys. We showed you guys that 500X. We will go more in depth with the 500X in a while. With that. Yeah. I literally, let's be honest, I froze that whole water bottle. That is like super cold. Might not have been the best choice of my night, but I needed ice water. I could have grabbed ice out of the ice machine, I guess. It's going to be one of them days. All right, let's bounce over here. We're going to change camera views. We're going to go back to this camera. We're going to pop up to the top. We're going to actually talk about the 600 Plus. Now, the 600 Plus is a really amazing little power station. This is a 16-pound power station. At 16 pounds of weight, it's actually really decently well done. It's got the handle that you guys can carry it around with without a problem. It does 632 watt-hours of power. Now, at 632 watt-hours of power, LiFePO 4 cells. Now, this is, of course, the original Charge Shield 2.0 device. This was dropped, of course, first with Charge Shield 2.0. It actually came with the original, or of course, the newer 100-watt solar panel. It was exclusive to this device. They decided to do away with the older 100-watt panel and move to this one. So now you guys are getting that with pretty much every 100-watt purchase you're getting, which is amazing. The 600 Plus is a phenomenal power station at $399. Normally like a $500 price tag for the 600 Plus. Now, we can kind of go into this. Charge Shield 2.0 means, guys, 1 hour charge rate on a wall plug. You're good to go. You don't have to worry about it. That is, of course, super emergency charge mode. In standard fast charging mode, under 2 hours is where your guys' standard charging is. That's still a quick charge mode. Emergency charge mode, which I like to kind of go into depth with you guys, is because, let's be honest, some may not understand it. It is meant for just that. It's meant for emergencies. You guys know maybe a hurricane's coming. Maybe you guys know a snowstorm or an ice storm's coming and you expect it to knock your power out. Or, of course, tornadoes or, whatever. Put it in emergency charge mode and charge it at a 1 hour charge rate. Do that sparingly, though, because your batteries always have a lifespan, including your car batteries to these batteries. Your lifespan will last about, at 100% battery for 4,000 charge cycles at 10 years. The moment you're past that 4,000 charge cycles, it will drop down to about 70 to 80% charge capacity. So after that 4,000 charge cycles, it will still charge, but it's not going to go to 100%. It's going to drop down to about 70 to 80% capacity. All batteries kind of do that, including your car batteries. You guys will notice that over the years, that your battery doesn't always seem as strong, and that's because you're always starting it, charging it, discharging it while using your stereos, your cars, your lights, and everything else. So that's where it is. Go sparingly, because you're going to go run up that 4,000 charge cycles a lot quicker in quick emergency charge mode. With it, you have, of course, 2 USB-C ports. One's a 30-watt port, one's a 100-watt port. You also have the USB-A 18-watt port down below and the 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug. Just like some of the other devices, you do have a flashlight on the front. The flashlight's going to do, of course, 2 brightnesses, low and high, and SOS pattern. SOS pattern is always added to these stations just in case of an emergency. Maybe you need to warn somebody you guys are in the house. You had a flood, you're on the roof, you want to warn somebody at a distance, and that flashing light will actually warn somebody. You're lost in the woods, your car's stuck, you have the system with you or in your cabin. Turn the flashing light on and maybe, of course, the search parties can see the light and know you're around. It's kind of cool that they add the SOS patterns to it. Now, in standard charging mode, under 2 hours, fully charged, you guys can run multiple devices without a problem. You do have 2 AC outlets. Each AC outlet's going to do 800 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 1600. Now, at 1600, it is not, of course, a straight, clean sine wave. It is a little bit of a bumpy road, but not bad at all with that being said. This will allow you to run your laptop for about 7 charges. Your car refrigerator, 6 hours. I'm going to go here, maybe 25 cell phone charges to 27, just depending on which cell phone you're actually charging with it. Now, you guys can run more stuff with this, like, let's say 10-watt Bluetooth speakers to 8-watt cameras. Your 8-watt camera battery is going to be about 27 times as well. Your 10-watt Bluetooth speaker, 36 times. Now, if you want to run your house refrigerator, your 520-watt refrigerator, they say 1 hour charge rate, but I'm going to be honest with you. You're going to get longer than 1 hour. Most refrigerators are not a constant power source. They kick on and on as the temperature drops or climbs inside of it. So that's the way it kind of works. Now, my buddy had my 1500. The 1500 run his fridge for at least over 8 hours without a problem. He got through his power outage and he was back up and fine. 45-watt house fan should be able to run for about 10 hours off of this device. That's a decent runtime for a little small tower fan that's going to keep you cool in times of course, you need. That flat screen TV, that's, of course, peeking through those stations. The power stations. That's a 60-watt draw approximately for like your 32-inch to your 60-inch flat screens. 8 hours of runtime. That keeps you and your kids out of your hair or you busy when the power's out. Now, just make sure you guys have something to run off of it to like your source of entertainment. Coffee makers, toaster ovens, guys, everything can be ran off of this. It is literally 16 pounds at $399. Max charging rate is, of course, a few solar panels. Let's be honest, guys. A couple solar panels is all you're going to be able to run off this. They say like 2 of the 100-watt solar panels is going to take 4 hours. You guys can actually connect up 2 of the 200-watt solar panels and have it charged in 2 hours without a problem. So you're good there with that. You will need, of course, a splitter to connect those up, but it will do it. 600 plus is a really amazing piece at 20% off. I kind of really love that one. And that was actually one of my favorites, knowing that it came with, of course, that exclusive 100-watt solar panel that is no longer exclusive. But still a really great power station that does phenomenally well. It would be perfect for small emergencies and, of course, all the way to road trips, camping, home backup. Now, home backup, of course, single devices, and it's not going to be multiple devices for all day and every day, because it is a smaller system. 600 plus, of course, with the 100-watt solar panel is going to be, of course, $599 if I can remember off the top of my head. Now, that solar panel, of course, is this bad boy right here. This is that 100-watt panel. It is, of course, is 4 panels deep, so you have 4 panels, and it is bifacial. The blue side will be the side that reflects the light off the ground. The black side that's actually inside will be the side that gets the most sunlight. It's going to do about 25% efficiency, even in low light settings, overcast skies, even small rainy skies. Solar light still comes through all of that. The capability and the waterproof of this is actually really nice as well. It is a lot larger than you guys would think. So sitting here just like that, it looks kind of small. Once you start popping it out, you guys realize how large this panel really is. And I mean, it's probably as tall as me. So this is a cool one. Great option if you guys want to. You guys can get, of course, this in that kit. So I like that idea. The 600 plus, because it's so small, it's a great option for those of you that need a system like that. Now, we're going to talk modular systems, and kind of like the 5000, this system is fully modular and can add batteries. We're going to start off with the first modular system. This is going to be geared towards your whole home, your off-the-grid living, RVs, toy haulers, race track, semi-truck trailers, and stuff like that. This is going to be the 1000 plus, which is over here. The 1000 plus is, of course, 1264 watt hours of power. Now, 1264 watt hours of power, it's literally 32 pounds. That's all the weight is on the system down below it. So the middle piece right there. Now, you're going to notice a few things. First and foremost, there does have 3 AC plugs that do 2000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 4000. You have 2 USB-C ports. Those USB-C ports are 100-watt ports. You also have 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts charging capability. Just like more of the other ones, you have that flashlight and, of course, that 12-volt 10-amp DC plug. Now, to me, the 12-volt 10-amp plug is not readily used for my purposes, but you may actually have devices for that. Does have the handle, is, of course, carryable. Does allow for multiple solar panels. If you have 4 of the 100-watt solar panels, 4.5 hours. 4 of the 200-watt panels, 2.25 hours is your charge rate. On a wall plug, a little over an hour and a half is your charge rate with this. It's like 1 hour and a little over an hour and 3/4 of a charge. So, in a car, 7 hours. That's going to be your cigarette. Well, if I can unvelcro it, your cigarette lighter adapter plug. 7 hours in a car. That's like a quick road trip across state to go see grandma on Thanksgiving or go see your mother on Christmas. Have a power station on the go with you. Now again, 4,000 charge cycles, 10-year lifespan. Let's be honest, it's going to go past 10 years. That 4,000 charge cycle is at 100% battery. The lifespan will last a lot longer. I run lithium batteries in my car. I run Yinglongs. They are a LifePo style cell. And I've been running them for multiple years, and I discharge them and charge them a lot more than you guys are going to do with this system. Every time I get in my car and I turn my stereo on, I'm putting over 15,000 watts of power through those batteries. I am discharging and charging them all the time. I'm technically what you call an audiophile or bass head with my stereos. Of course, I do have a rather large power bank in there of over 240 amp hours of power in that system, but it's the same thing. So don't think your batteries are going to just, 10 years, 4,000 charges, it's done. It's not going to. It will keep working longer than that without a problem. The multiple ports of connections are going to do well for a wide variety of stuff. If you have like a 15 watt little mini cooler, about 16 to 44 hours of runtime. Your 520 watt double door refrigerator, a minimum of 2 hours. I'm going to tell you it's going to run a lot longer than that. Let's be honest. Coffee makers, rice cookers, electric crock pots, you guys can do everything off of this, including your hair dryers. Now, depending on the system or the piece you're connecting up, that charge rate will change. You guys can do leaf blowers, power drills, pruning saws, angle grinders. You can even do movie projectors, portable ACs, blenders, lamps, smartphones, laptops, cameras. It has a lot of different ideas to be used. You guys can even use it to run your Christmas decorations inside or outside. That's up to you how you want to do it or what you want to plug into it. Now, at 1,264 watt hours of power by itself, it is a great product. $645, it's a 35% savings tonight for this system. Now, you can get it by itself, or you guys can get it with 2 solar panels. Now, the 2 solar panels that's going to come in that kit are going to be the 100 watt bifacial solar panels. Actually, I am incorrect. Why does that look like the picture shows the 100 primes? I don't think it's the 100 primes, though. Lois, can you confirm, is that the 100 watt bifacial panels, or is it the prime panels in that kit that we have in the carousel tonight? I think it's the, yeah, I'm correct. It's the 100 watt Solar Saga bifacial panels. So you guys are going to get those bifacial Solar Saga panels, which is the foldable panels. The picture that was popping up was a static picture from something else I had sitting here. Don't know why my brain went sideways. Oh, we're good, Lois. I figured it out. That was my mistake. I had another image sitting here. It's a long week, guys. Now, like I said, if you want it with the solar panels, it's a 38% savings for $929. You guys technically can get it with the 100 prime panels for like $899. Now, those prime panels are permanently fixed style panels, but that's a whole different package deal. Now, if you want to, though, we're going to go here. I'm going to always gear you guys to go with the kit. This is the 1000 plus kit. The 1000 plus kit's going to be the power station and the battery sitting right above it. You're also going to get those 2 solar panels for $1,400. Now, that battery is an extra 1,248 watt hours of power. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you. An extra 1,248 watt hours of power. So a total of 2,528 watt hours of power. You just doubled your runtime on all of the devices that you can actually run here. You're quite welcome. Now, with the doubling of the runtime, you're not stopped there. You guys can add 3 batteries total. With 3 batteries on the system, that's over 5 kilowatts of hour power. At 5 kilowatts of hour power, you guys can actually reach out to your Clean Energy Resident Program, your utility companies. Yes, your charge will hold for weeks without usage. If you charge this device and not use it at all, it will actually hold the charge for over a year. You literally can shut the system off. It will have no discharge of the battery for a long period of time. Now, I will correct that a little bit, though. It will depend on the temperature of the room you're storing it in. If it's a really, really cold room, it will discharge battery like any battery. But yeah, it will hold a charge for quite a long time without a problem. It should hold it without an issue. I can actually kind of, you know what? Let me show you. You'll see the system sitting here, and we have quite a few. That 1000 plus system, I don't readily use it quite a bit. I think it's actually been sitting for 3 months without usage. If I turn on the power button on this front, it will actually pop up and it'll show you guys it still has 82%. And that's where I left it. So this has been sitting for a few months without usage and it still has 82%. So yeah, it's not going to discharge. This battery has been at 100% for almost 6 months. Doesn't discharge. So you're actually good there. Most you're going to do is want to make sure that the power button is fully off so the green lights are not on. The green lights do, of course, pull draw. So yeah, you will have no problem using that. Yeah, so there are ways around that. I'm in New England too, so don't worry about that. I'm in the New England area. It does get cold, I do agree. My house actually stays decently warm. I just keep them in my hallway. You guys would want to keep them in like, a closet or a space that you're not worried about. The 1000 V2, the 2000 V2, and like the 1000 plus system, they actually have a bag that can plug into it. It's a protective bag that's got a heating system, and it plugs in through the USB-C port. That USB-C port will heat it up, and it can actually be ran in minus 40-degree weather. So they do say these systems can sit into minus 4-degree weather. Anything below that, it will start discharging. Yeah, basements are fine. Totally fine. Your garage is fine. As long as it's a steady temperature. So you just want to make sure that the temperature range is pretty steady and decently well done. But yeah, you should have no problem keeping a charge in those for a while. Most of the systems that I recharge are ones that I'm like using, like the 2000 V2 I'm using constantly on streams. The 2000 plus I'm constantly using. So the rest like sit, the battery sits. The large 2000 plus has actually been sitting about 5 months without use. I think most of the use was like little light bulbs, and it's actually got still a long charge. You know what? That big system right there has been running those LEDs for, I don't know, lowest 30, 40 streams. And it still has 59% charge. So they will keep your battery there very, very well. You don't have to worry about it. You're golden with that. No, I'm glad I can answer that question. It's definitely, if you guys have questions, definitely ask them. Now, like I was talking about, you guys can... Whoa, that camera just wigged out. We're going to zoom back. I think it's a zoom. I apologize if that screen is bouncing around. That camera is moving really weird because the fan's sitting next to it and blowing on me. So every time I try to move it, the fan wants to blow it back in a different position. I need to move the fan. Like I was saying, though, if you have a system over 3,000 kilowatts of hour power, like the 5,000, the 3,000, or the 2,000 plus with multiple batteries, or the 1,000 plus with multiple batteries, you can file for the tax credit. There is a Green Energy Program tax credit. That tax credit will give you up to 30% of tax credit back on your purchases. I think it's like up to about $1,200 on certain systems, stuff like that. So you all have to reach out to your utility company. The utility company will send you the link, or you guys can find it, of course, online. You'll fill out, there'll be a process, and then you guys can get a tax credit. It's actually a really cool program that the government is, of course, doing for you. Now, like I was saying, guys, adding the batteries is going to double your runtime with a single battery. Quadruple, of course, triple if you guys want to. Up to 3 batteries, 5 kilowatts of hour power. They say about at 5 kilowatts of hour power, you should be able to run your house for at least a day or more on majority of your items, ranging from like your light bulbs to, of course, your smaller devices. Your fridges, of course, and other pieces with that. Now, that's where it's kind of cool. And the system, like I said, is 32 pounds. You add a battery, it's at about 65 pounds. You add another battery, it's about, 80 plus pounds. That's the way it's going to go. The battery does have a handle so you can carry it on the 1000 plus system. Now, the batteries do need to be linked with what's called a linking cable. The linking cable is actually nice, large, and thick. It's easily connected. It does have a locking mechanism, so it's not easily disconnected, so it doesn't just get knocked off, which is amazing. The system, the 1000 plus system, is a great package and great kit. It does really, really well for you guys. That's going to be geared for like your RVs, your camping, your emergencies, your homesteads and stuff. Now, not your larger homesteads, but off the grid living, most definitely. I like the 1000 plus system. It's one of the original, modular systems that I've been playing with. The 2000 plus was great as well, and I've been doing that as well. 2000 plus actually got me through multiple streams running a window AC, which is amazing. To have a window AC plugged in and running off it on a stream to showcase it is kind of cool. But yeah, the 1000 plus will do you guys very well at a great price point of 33% off tonight, $13.99. So that's a phenomenal price point. But if you want a larger modular system, we can actually talk about. I got to figure out this camera. 1 second, everybody. Why do we have super? All right. My bad. I actually hit a button on my software and it was actually wigging the camera out. It wasn't actually the fan. We're going to go into the 2000 plus system. This is their larger modular system. Now, this system weighs 62 pounds. It is the same housing and body as the 3000 Pro. It has two large 3-inch wheels and a telescopic aluminum handle. That aluminum handle will look like that. It looks literally like a suitcase. This suitcase design is going to allow you to roll it around on pretty much most surfaces without an issue. Most of your problems going to be stairs, and guys, I would say use like a dolly or something to go up your stairs. I actually have a stair climbing dolly, which is kind of cool if you guys have ever seen one of those. It's got multiple wheels that rolls up the stairs as you go. Now, those things are phenomenal. Now, the system, 62 pounds, like I said, it's going to do about 2,042 watt hours of power by itself. 2 hours is the charge rate on a wall plug. 2 hours in, of course, solar panels. So if you have 6 of the solar panels, the 200 watt panels, 2 hours. If you have the 100 watt panels, 6 hours. In your car, RV, motorhome, and the cigarette lighter, 25 hours. Unfortunately, that's like almost driving half across the country. All of these systems are library quiet. Not one of them runs over 30 decibels. So they are very, very silent and quiet. Most of that noise will be the switches coming on, like your AC switches or DC switches. You hit that switch, it kicks on. Your fan for the cooling when you are charging it kicks on. They are quiet. My house fan is louder than that, and you guys are not hearing the house fan a lot. My PC with all 12 fans is 100 times louder than that system. It's 100 times louder. Now, again, this is a really cool piece. On a full charge, guys, you're going to have a 2,042 watt hours of power. You have 2 USB-C ports at 100 watts, 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts, 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug that's hidden behind the panel, and 5 AC outlets. One of those AC outlets is a NEMA plug. They're all going to do 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 6,000. That means you guys technically could run your shop welder off of this machine for about a half an hour by itself. Does work with the app and has full app control, so you guys can actually read and turn on all the switches and charge rates. Running devices will vary. Like your CPAP machine should be able to run for about 150 hours. Your desktop PC will be able to run for about 12 hours, and that's like a 200 watt PC. Again, like I said earlier, most of those PCs that are rated at 200 watts do not run at a full 200 watts when in running action. They're actually a lot lower than that. Unless you have 15 Chrome tabs open, you're not using that power. Your 520 watt double door refrigerator, they say at a minimum of 3 hours. I'm going to tell you it's going to run a lot longer than that. We've actually tested it with the 1500 Pro. The 1500 Pro ran a fridge for a lot longer. I'm going to do some testing with like the 5000 to kind of show and indicate how long we can do it at some point. Now, I probably won't do it in the next week or so because we got a lot of streams and I won't have time, but yeah, we'll get there. Microwave ovens, toaster ovens, of course, your portable freezers and projectors can all be ran off this device without an issue. Movie night in the backyard or movie night in your bedroom. I actually have a very, very large I can't even think tonight, projector system in my bedroom. That projector actually is a 200 watt system. I can run it off of this for quite a while without a problem. They say about 14 hours with the 100-watt system. I'm going to tell you, you're going to get probably more than that. Angle grinders, 4 hours. Electric water pumps or air pumps, that's going to be like a 50 to 60 watt pump. About 20 hours of runtime. So your air pump that runs 60 watts is going to be like your smaller air pumps for your bicycles or even your airbrushes. Welding machines, half hour by itself. Electric drills, 3 hours. Or guys, you can do about a 60 cell phone charges. It's a great little piece of technology. Now, by itself, $1,300, 35% off. But if you want to get it with, of course, the dual solar panels, it is an $1,899 price tag. Use the 5% off code that we have to get an extra 5% off. Save yourself some money. Don't be like, oh, we're not. Yeah, get an extra 5% off. That's our gift to you for watching these lives. So you guys sitting here with us during these lives, there's an extra 5% on $1,500 purchases. That's a 42% savings on itself before the 5%. The kit is where I'm always, and like I say, I always gear you guys towards the kit because it comes with more of the product. It's actually going to be the system, 2 of those 200-watt panels, and that battery that's sitting above it. That battery just doubled your runtime to 4,085 watt-hours of power. All LiFePO 4 cells. Now, this system is actually a little bit better and has more technology than the 1,000 plus. We're going to go there. The station alone can take 6 solar panels to charge the station. That battery actually has a plug to connect up to 6 more solar stations. It's got 2 plug holes. You guys use the Y splitter to allow 6 panels. You guys can actually charge that battery by itself in under 2 hours off of 6 of those 200-watt panels. If you guys want to, use 2 of the 500-watt panels, and you don't have to worry about having 6 panels. You only have 2. When you double that runtime, that means you guys can run that CPAP machine for 300 hours without a problem. You guys can run that MIG welder for a little over an hour and a quarter. Your microwave for about 3 hours. Your 1150 watt, 10,000 watt or 10,000 BTU window AC, 4 hours of runtime. That means you guys are cool for at least 4 hours. I mean, that's a really powerful AC. You're only going to be using that max AC if you have it at 60 degrees settings. If you guys are the type that leave it at like 70, you're going to get a longer runtime because it's not going to use the max full power of that system. Same as if you guys leave the fan down on low and not on high. So that's just kind of the way it works. 120 phones can be charged off of this piece added together with the battery. Now, the system, though, can be more modulated. You can add 5 batteries total. When you go to 5 batteries, you're at 12 kilowatts of hour power. At 12 kilowatts of hour power, you have a good amount of power to run most of your house. This is going to be perfect for doing that, running your houses. Now, you can technically connect this system up to a manual transfer switch to have it connected to your house without an issue. When you are connected up that way, guys, you're using it as a UPS. That UPS is a 20 milliseconds switchover. Now, I do recommend testing the 20 milliseconds on your electronic devices without actually having, let's say, your data being corrupted. Let's, just make sure you set it up and test it to make sure your computers or laptops can accept the 20 milliseconds. 20 milliseconds isn't a lot. I've tested it. It did not shut my computer off, which I was quite happy with because when I tested it, I forgot I was recording the stream or the video from it. So I'm glad it did not shut off because I would have had to do the whole recording over again, but that's just one of those things. 10-year lifespan at 100% battery capacity. After that, it's going to be about 70% battery capacity. Full app control. Controls all the switches and, of course, what your charge rates and everything is. 3 ways of charging and, of course, multiple output ports with the power on the go with the wheels to go. Guys, this is, of course, a really, really amazing system. If you guys even want to run your weed eaters or lawnmowers, your electric lawnmowers, you can do that off of this. That'll give you about 5 hours of runtime with a 2200 watt lawnmower. So any questions about the 2000 plus system, definitely ask and we can answer all of those questions. Now, there are lots of questions and lots of other things that can be done with this. Product, of course, is definitely where it's at. Other things that we can do. Now, I'm going to go here. Technically, you guys are going to get over 6 hours with that refrigerator. I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to be honest with you. 6 hours over that. That's like a 520 watt refrigerator. 3 hours in the microwave. 4 hours with the air conditioner. Your electric hammer drill. Let's say you guys are on the job site. You're using a hammer drill. That's a 400 watt drill. 8 hours of runtime with this system and that battery. Your coffee maker, we're not going there. It's going to be determined by which type of coffee maker you actually have. Need my lozenger. I'm sorry, everybody. So the 4000 kit is a beautiful kit. And, of course, use that 5% off. You guys are going to get it at a great price point. $25.99. Save another 5%. You're golden with this. It's an amazing system. Beautifully well done. With that, of course, on hand. So, any questions, guys? That's better. Ice is melting. I can drink it now. All right, with that being said, we're going to start talking about the 5,000 plus. Now, we're going to start off with the 5,000 plus with single solar panel. We're going to go full in depth, full board with this system. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go with it. This is, of course, a newer system. Now, it does have what's called Charge Shield 2.0 for a nice quick charge rate. This, of course, is going to be that system right there for you. And we're going to move over the actual camera so you guys can see this a little more. This is the 5,000 plus system. It's 5,040 watt hours of power. This kit comes with the 500X solar panel, which you guys can probably see on that chair behind me. At 5,040 watt hours of power, it's only going to take you under 2 hours if you guys have it connected to the smart transfer switch or a large high power solar array. If you guys are using a lower power solar array, like a 1200 watt solar power array, 5 hours is your charge rate with that. 3.5 hours if you use the standard wall plug with the system. Now, this system does weigh approximately 132 pounds. The model name is technically JE-5000A, if you guys really want the model number. The manufacturer, of course, is Jackery. What can I say? Now, with this kit, there is a $600 clippable coupon on Amazon. It's not $42.99. Take $600 off of that and also use the 5% code. With this system, it does have, of course, that aluminum handle. That handle is going to allow you to move it around with ease. Now, what do I mean by that? Tip it, roll it, carry it, and you guys can push and pull it without a problem. It rolls across this carpet very well and easily. Down below, you have 2 caster wheels that lock and a handle. Now, the handle is on the bottom just in case you guys tip it over or you lay it on the side. I don't recommend that. There's cooling technology. With this, the handle does collapse and hide away for you. Has 2 large handles for lifting the 132 pounds and carrying it around like a baby. On the opposite side, you're going to have, of course, some plugs, and that's the orange handle. The plugs, we're going to get into those in a second because we're going to talk about, of course, the front. The front of this does have 2 USB-C ports. Those USB-C ports are 100 watt ports. The 100 watt ports is max charging capability for like hungry power USB-C devices. The intelligent battery management system can determine the amount of power that it needs to take and will send the proper charge to it. It doesn't have to be a full 100 watts. Now, we are going to move a little bit closer into this device. I see that, we kind of moved it out of whack, so we're just going to back it up a little bit with that. You do have 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts max charging capability and a 12 volt 10 amp DC plug. Below that, you have that nice large screen that's going to show you guys indication of the battery power, and it does have app control. Below all of that is the 4 AC outlets. Those are your standard 3-prong American style plugs that pretty much everything uses nowadays. With that, it's going to do 7,200 watts of charging capability. Output wattage, 7,200 watts. That is a lot of wattage power through those plugs. Now you can max it at 14,400 when expanded with a second system. Most people probably won't do that unless you're doing your whole home. Let's back this up a little. On the opposite side over here, you're going to have, of course, these nice little pieces that we're going to zoom on in so you guys can see this a little better. Let's move the camera to it. The top plug right here is your AC expansion port. The AC expansion port is going to be to link two of these systems together via itself or via smart or manual transfer switch. Below that is a NEMA 14-30 plug. That NEMA plug is going to do 120 volts or 240 volts. Below that is, of course, your NEMA 14-50. The 14-50 is for 120 volts or 240 volts. You can technically plug in the EV car charger off of that plug. At the bottom of those plugs, you're going to see four circuit resets for the ACs. So if these things trip, the circuits will trip. You'll press those, reset it, you're good to go. On the back side, if we can kind of move this around, I'm sure my neighbors are loving me right now. You're going to have the AC expansion port. When plugged into that, you guys can plug it into the wall, fully charge this in 3.5 hours without a problem. Below that is your DC expansion port. That's going to be this square port right here. That's going to allow you to link your extra batteries. So if you guys want to link extra batteries, you guys can definitely do so with that on hand. Bear with me, I dropped a spike. So up here, there is a panel. This panel will actually pop open, and you guys are going to be greeted with, of course, that nice green and red switch. That red switch is from going to low power voltage to high power voltage. When turned to the right, you're in high power voltage mode. That will allow you to connect up to your larger solar arrays that most people have on the top of the roofs of their houses. That's going to be like a 4,000 kilowatt to 5,000 kilowatt solar arrays. That's going to push out 4,000 watts of charge rate. This accepts 4,000 watts of charge rate. At 4,000 watts of charge rate, you can fully charge this device in under 2 hours. Besides that, you guys have, of course, two DC plugs. Those DC plugs are going to allow you to do low power charge rate at 1,200 watts. That, of course, will allow you to have it fully charged in 3.5 hours without a problem. Again, the beautiful orange handles and the large wheels and locking casters. Your charge rate will vary from the way you are having it connected without an issue. And to be able to do that, it's kind of very beautifully well done. Now, cigarette lighter plug, NEMA plugs, of course, AC expansion ports, DC expansion ports, you got it all connected into this. Where this will vary is, most of these do standard 20 milliseconds of switchover. That means it's a reliable switchover for, like, you know, your PCs and stuff. This does that in standard mode, but you guys can put it in, of course, 0 millisecond mode, which is when I work with the smart app control. When you use the smart app control, guys, 0 milliseconds of switchover. I tested that, was not an issue. We did not lose power on, of course, our air purifiers and stuff. Here's where kind of I love some of this stuff. It still has, of course, the shock absorbing shell, fire retardant shell. It's got all the protections you guys can need with this. Multiple input methods and, of course, multiple charging methods. It's going to give you the power as you need. The dual voltage is actually kind of cool. Single unit, 7,200 watts. Dual units, 14,400 watts of power. When you guys are connecting it up, guys, you guys can power a house dryer off of this with the 240 volt plugins. Your fast charging capability will vary from connections. It's got 4 ways of charging it. First and foremost, that AC port for 3.5 hours. Your 1,200 watt solar panel, DC plugs, low power voltage, 1,200 watts. 5 hours is where it's going to be with this. If you want to use high power voltage, solar array, a little over an hour and a half is what it's at. It's under 2 hours. That will be the same as the smart transfer switch or manual transfer switch that allows 4,000 watts of power from your power pole to charge this device. Quick and easy charging is actually quite painless, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, you have more stuff with this because it's actually a beautifully little piece that's going to do so much more. In the app, you have controls over the actual charging times. So let's say you guys know that your electric is cheaper at 9 o'clock to 3 in the morning. You can set it to charge off of the power pole at those times and then allow it to charge off your solar panels during the day. It can actually set it up and do that. And it can actually use what's US dollars to kilowatts and time of day. So it sets it up and it'll tell you guys, with the smart energy solution to your home, it'll optimize your battery output based on the electrical cost. So that also means if your electrical costs more at a certain time of day, it will shut off, of course, your main power from the pole and will start pulling power from the unit itself. That smart transfer switch will need to be installed by an electrician because it needs to be connected up to your circuit breaker box in your house, wherever your circuit breaker box is. That's where you're going to put that piece. You can connect up to 2 of these systems together, and that's kind of cool. So with that. Now, uninterrupted power, when you need it, where you need it, it's going to remain, the devices remain running in those times of need. Now, has, of course, priority settings, solar charging, peak hours, automatic charging, UPS, whole home power switch. With the solar panel, it's normally like $42.99, but there's actually a clippable coupon for $600 off, so it's going to drop it down. The kit that you guys really should get is going to be the dual solar panel kit and, of course, the manual transfer switch and the station. Normally $6,000. There's a $100 clippable coupon for the introductory price of $49.99, $4,999. You guys can also use the 5% off for watching this stream and get an extra 5% off with that discount code. I love this piece because that manual smart transfer switch actually does quite a bit. And we're going to kind of show you guys the little bit of an image of the actual transfer switch because what's inside it is actually quite cool. So let's grab this. This is the inside of that smart transfer switch. Now, it's actually quite large. I've seen it kind of in person. I really would like to get my hands on to show you guys one of these, but I haven't got one. There's really no need because I'm not going to be able to install it, but to show you guys would be kind of cool. It has 12 individual electrical circuits, which means you guys can pair that with, of course, let's say circuit breaker 1 on your main circuit breaker system to run your living room 1. You guys could do the same thing to run, let's say, your hot tub, your bathtub, your hot water tank heater, your heater, or your washer and dryer or fridges. If they are on your own individual circuit, you guys can do that. There is also a spot to label those circuits what they are. That's kind of cool. It can actually be shut off by the grid, by your hand if you need to, or you guys can do the pause and resume button down below. When you pause it, you can unplug this system and take it with you. Now, the outer of the shell looks just like this. It's going to have a cover just like your circuit breaker. It's got AC1. That will light up when you have one system connected up. AC2 will be when the second system. Error means you have a problem in connecting the cable. You need to fix it. That's all there is. Your grid power light will come on and, of course, the play and pause. This system does so much. It's actually meant for your whole home. You guys can add 5 batteries to the system. A single battery should be able to, or a single system should be able to run your house for at least a day without a problem. With, of course, multiple batteries, you're going to be able to run it even longer without that issue. So let's say 30 kilowatts of hour on one system. That's going to be like 5 batteries. 3 to 4 days, whole house backup. When you add a dual unit or second unit with, of course, 5 more batteries, that's 60 kilowatts of hour power. That's at least 7+ days of runtime. Now, you guys can do all of that. You don't have to have both systems. You guys can do one system. You guys can do a single system or, of course, multiple batteries. It can also be used as with the ATS, which is the automatic transfer switch or the smart transfer switch. It can do via inlet box or manual transfer switch. It's got 3 of those situations. Now, the via inlet box is going to be more like your system to system without the wall connection, which is, of course, very acceptable. The weight, though, like I said, 132 pounds by itself. Each battery is going to weigh a little bit more. They are not that light. This system can run a bunch of stuff, though. You guys could do like your refrigerator for at least 4 days without an issue. Window ACs, central ACs, of course, house dryers, your TV over 2 days off the system by itself. That's with nothing else plugged into it, though, right? So that's where you're going to get those range times. It's an amazing idea, beautiful package deal. This product is perfectly well done. This kit, though, comes with 2 of those very large solar panels. Now, I do have a video that we can actually show of that solar panel, so let's drop that off and let's grab a video. This is, of course, that beautiful solar panel. Now, you guys can see I was outside playing with it. I laid it out. It's approximately 98 inches long. This solar panel is made up of 6 85-watt panels. They are bifacial charging, which means it gets charging from both sides. They are, of course, linked together with the Anderson clip style cabling, but it does come with a 9.5-foot cable to connect up to 80/20 plug. I actually have it connected here to, I believe, the 2000 V2 or the 1000 V2 in the system. So that's actually kind of cool. You guys are going to notice that from the plug-in and start, it's only going to get about 8 watts, but once the sun hits it, it's going to get a lot more. It does come with the carrying bag. The carrying bag has a pocket. It does come with 8 stakes of to stake it down to the ground. You get 2 of these solar panels in this kit. This solar panel is fully waterproof, water resistant for even harsh and wet weather. Can be left outside for long periods of time without a problem. I am telling you, the 5000 Plus is the future because of all the expandability to connectability. To even be able to connect up through the NEMA plug to connect into an EV car or your RV, that's even cooler. You can actually power your RV off of this. So if you guys live in an RV or like a fifth wheeler and you guys use the NEMA plug to plug from there to, let's say, your electric junction box at like your trailer parks or your camping areas, you guys could do the system with this. Set up the solar panels as long as you have an open space and charge it that way, and you guys can run your RV and motorhome with that. So any questions about the 5000 or 5000 full plus kit, please ask. I really do like this. I can tell you guys, I fully charged this device. It did not take a full 5 hours. I can confirm that. When this device showed up, it had, I think, 23% charge. It took approximately 2.5 hours to fully charge it for me. Not really sure of the math or why it did that, but hey, we're going to go with it. It charged rather quick. It's just what it is. Now, I love it. It does really, really well. I've actually used it quite a bit. We're back down to about 88% battery. It's been sitting 88% for the last few days. I haven't had time to plug stuff in or use it. We got down to 88% battery by using it for my camera gear, my lights, and all of the other stuff. We were running all of our wireless cameras off of this for a few streams. So that is the 5000 Plus, guys, and 5000 Plus with solar panel and 5000 Plus with, of course, manual transfer switch. If you want the manual transfer switch, it is $16.99 by itself. You're getting a better deal in the package to get it that way, just like the solar panel is $999. Now, that 500X solar panel is actually a pretty phenomenal solar panel. If we can move to here, let's grab here. Let's zoom out and we can turn to the side. Kind of give you guys a better angle of that. So that is that very, very large solar panel. It is approximately, when it's standing like it is, 39 inches tall by 20 inches wide each panel. When connected, 98 inches by... 98 inches by some odd inches. I can't remember exactly. Now I got to look at this. 98 inches by 39 inches. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. When folded up, it's going to be 39 inches by 20 inches, about 4 inches thick. It can fold up and lay flat with all 6 pieces. When you get this solar panel, you do have to put it together, or you guys can run it separately. You don't have to have it fully connected. There is 8 different hinges, 2 hinges per panel. Each hinge has 4 screws that you'll have to mount. It's going to go front to back, front to back. You'll actually walk you through the instruction manual to do that. It took me approximately 10 minutes to put this whole panel together. Once you figure it out, you guys will be able to do your other panels a lot quicker without a problem. I used a hand tool. I should have used a small electric hand screwdriver. It would have went quicker, but I did with what I had. They do include the Torx bit for that and all the screws and stuff. You're gonna get 10, like I said, actually it's 10 hinges, 8 ground stakes, 1 hex tool, 40 screws, 1 solar charging cable, 1 carrying bag, and 1 power station. If you buy it by itself, but if you guys get it in the kit, you're gonna get 2 of those. The 25% high efficiency and the bifacial conversion is where it's really at, because it does really well in getting that light. It can work in even overcast and rainy days for the solar panel without a problem. The solar panel is beautifully well done. If you guys want the solar panel by itself, $999 is where that solar panel is at. So that's your price point on that panel. I can kind of fold it up, which I don't have a problem folding this up. So let's kind of fold it up so you guys can see this. Folding this panel up, literally, guys, you're going to fold it like this. It's going to fold and it's going to keep folding. Once we're fully folded, there it is. This is all there is to this panel. So fully folded and, of course, set up for you guys. Now, with it on the table, you guys can kind of see how thick it is. It is not that heavy, so you guys can do it and fold it without a problem. It's not an issue. If I want to, let's just set it back here on the ground. I'm not going to fight the couch right now. So that's the 500X solar panel. Beautiful solar panel, guys. I recommend that one. That is, of course, their newer panel. Very, very cool little piece. I'm going to move back to the table. We're going to move to this camera over here. Next in the carousel is the Mini 40 solar panel. We're going to talk about this one. 2.5 pound solar panel. This mini solar panel is, of course, very compatible with the 100 plus, 240, 240 V2, 300, 300 plus, and 500 power station. Technically, you can connect up to the 600 plus too if you wanted to, or other variants. It does come with a 9.5 foot cable and is, of course, very foldable. 12 inches tall, 10 inches wide, 1/2 inch thick for you. Clasp that, of course, is magnetic and does open. When opened, you're going to be greeted with the monocrystalline solar cells that does about 23% efficiency in converting light to power. It is, of course, a quad panel. It's got 4 different panels, trifolds for you. This will do well in getting, of course, the smaller stations charged at a decent rate. The portability and lightweight of this actual little Mini 40 solar panel is where it's at, because it's 2.5 pounds and it can fit in a backpack. If it can fit in your backpack, that means your kid can carry it on a hike and you don't have to carry it yourself. Close it up and it looks like a notebook. This is like the size of a 3-ring binder that you guys write in or do your grocery list on. Or, of course, your guys' little notebooks that you guys take to school. This is really, really mini. IP68 rating means you guys can use it out in heavy rain and it's not going to damage it. Now, you may not get a full charge that way, but it won't damage the product. You guys can leave it in a dust storm and go out with a hose and wash it off. It will still work. The IP68 rating is where it's really at with this one. So, I like it. It does come with, of course, that cable. This, of course, is that kit for, I think it's like $99, normally $130 or $140. That's like, I think, 23% savings today. Mini 40, guys. Mini 40. With that being said, I'm going to take a 1.5 minute to 2 minute break, guys. I'm going to get another water. I'll be right back. We're going to play that video for you.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells, arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromising voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs for a whopping 60 kilowatt hours of storage and a 14,000 watt output. Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 Plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator. With Jackery 5000 Plus, life goes on uninterrupted, unbound by the limits of the grid. This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure.
All right, I am now back. We are ready to go for another little stretch of show. We're going to move on from the Mini 40 to the 100 watt solar panel. Now this, of course, is their new 100 watt panel. This is a bifacial solar panel. This bifacial solar panel will do 25% efficiency. It's going to do that including an IP68 rating and waterproof and windproof and dustproof. It does have these, of course, velcroed on legs that are riveted on up atop, and it has elastic straps. These legs do stretch out, so you guys can actually set it down and angle it on the ground perfectly to position it. You're going to actually have two of these kickstands on this 100 watt panel. Now, snap clips to hold it shut, riveted on handles. It actually has two rivets on each side per handle, and it does have two handles. Under 10 pounds of weight. It is, of course, a bifacial style design. You're going to have the blue side that's going to, of course, angle towards the ground, which is 4 different panels. The inside, of course, is going to be the black side. This is going to be the side you're going to angle towards the sun. Now, normally this is like a $300 solar panel. It's $209 free today. If I move backwards, you guys can almost get a grip of how large this solar panel is. This solar panel will do 100 watts at 18 volts without a problem, hooked up to pretty much any system you connect it to. This system can connect up to the 100 plus all the way up to the 5000 if you really need to without a problem. It does have the cabling. We showed you guys that cable that comes with the Mini 40. That, of course, has an 8020 and a 7909 adapter plug. It also comes with, of course, the USB-C adapter. When you put this out, you're going to angle it in approximately about 25 degrees angle to get the optimal angle of course, the sun and, of course, the sky. You're going to look in the yard to find the area that gets the most sun and the brightest part of the sun throughout the day. So if you have a part of the yard that's got like trees and overcast with that, you're going to, of course, want to move it to a different area of the yard. It does come with a 9.5 foot cable, almost 10 feet. What I can tell you is always get the 16.5 foot extension cable if you need. You guys can extend it even longer with the second extension cable. That is it to you if you need it. When connecting it up, guys, you guys can either use it single paneled or get Y splitters to connect up multiple panels to those devices. By itself, it's going to do very, very well. Now, it is, of course, designed to work in even over gray skies or overshadowed or, you know, kind of cloudy skies, even overcast or slightly rainy. If it is a heavy rain, it can still stay outside. It's not going to hurt the solar panel. I do recommend, though, with this solar panel, you guys are going to see these rings right here, these pressed rings. Tie it down so it does not float away. So if you guys want to use, let's say, yard stakes to stake the yard, and then use the twine to tie it or whatever, you guys could do that. You technically could use it with the yard stakes, but you guys want this angled in about a 25-degree angle to get the optimal charge through the sun. Tying it down is going to keep it from floating away like your backyard trampoline. Now, you guys know what I'm talking about. You've all seen that video. A heavy wind comes, picks up that trampoline, flies it away like a kite. This is the same thing. It's like a big airplane wing. When it is, of course, out there, you have that large wing that if a wind hits it right, it's going to pick it up and try to fly away. Tying it down is actually pretty important. Now, you guys can also use those ties to strap it to, your ceiling, your roof, your top of your house, your sheds, or whatever. You technically could put this on a shed if you wanted to, or the roof. I mean, you guys could even mount it to an RV. That's up to you. Just make sure it's mounted properly, that it's not going to come off of said item. Like I said, though, the 100 panel is going to do well with a wide variety of systems. It's not going to matter the system, anywhere from the 100 plus all the way up to the 5,000. Now, they do recommend it for like the 100 plus to 1,500. But technically, guys, you can plug it in any system. It's just going to take a longer time to charge the very, very large systems. All the connectors, like I said, it does come with the 8020, 7909, USB-A, and USB-C ports to connect it up for you guys. So you don't have to worry about it. It comes with every connection there is for this. 1E plus 2 is your wattage, is kind of considered what it is. It's like 100 watts at 18 volts. So that's your range. The waterproofness of this and the new design of the bifacial is definitely what I love. If you guys know, the 100 watt panel used to be a different styling. It is now only this one. So that's where you're at. Really cool little panel. Any questions about the 100 watt panel, the bifacial panel? I'm trying to move my phone a little. All right, no questions about that panel. We're going to move on to the 100 Prime system. Now, the 100 watt Prime is going to come with a hardware kit. Now, the hardware kit is going to be meant for connecting or mounting said panel. This panel is considered a bifacial DIY solar panel. The hardware that comes in it is actually kind of cool. Now, I can tell you it is, of course, a tempered glass solar panel. This is, of course, their first glass panel that's not a monocrystalline glass. It's going to come with 4 of these pre-bent brackets that are pre-drilled and, of course, painted to keep the rust away. I mean, it's stainless steel anyway, so don't worry about it. It's very lightweight. You have the oblong screw. That screw hole is going to, of course, mount the nut and bolt to the solar panel. You have these 2 pre-drilled holes for the self-tapping screws to mount it to the roof or wherever you're mounting this to. You get 4 of those brackets in this kit included. All of the hardware is stainless steel, so you guys are going to get the nut, the bolt. That is, of course, a locking nut. It does come with a washer. The washer is not on this nut, but you guys get all stainless steel. You're going to get 4 of those per kit. You don't need more than 4. It only takes 4 to mount the actual kit. You're going to get, of course, 8 self-tapping screws in another Ziploc bag. The self-tapping screws are fine threaded. The fine thread is meant for like your skinny or your skinny or like really thin RV motorhome roofs or car roofs. Fine thread. At the end is a very sharp drill bit. Now that bit is meant for going through metal and wood or other materials, so you don't have to worry about it. It's going to go through very, very well. Opposite side, of course, is a nut head, and it has, of course, a washer. Now that washer is a plastic washer. It's meant for keeping the water out, but I always recommend to you guys is don't just plan on that washer keeping your guys' from leaking. Use a sealant, like, Flex Seal if you have to. Use a gasket or use, silicone caulking, or, of course, a roof silicone that keeps the water, a watertight silicone. Use that when tapping these down. You guys don't want the stuff you're screwing into to leak. So if you guys are doing it on your motorhome or, of course, your RVs or your makeshift vans, just make sure you guys seal it properly. We don't want you guys to have a leak up there. Now, this solar panel has a pre-built-in cabling. The cable is, of course, pre-built and permanently connected. So you're good there. Now, 25% efficiency, 20% more output with bifacial design at 25%. Technically meant to be mounted in an angle. So if you guys are mounting it in an angle, you're going to get that bifacial charge. If you're mounting it flat, you may not get the backside charge with that. It is a high efficiency at 100 watts at 18 volts. It is, of course, approved by 18 IEC quality tests, of course, out there. It's going to deliver about 80% output even over the 10 years with reliability without an issue. The panel does look like this. It is, of course, a hard shelled panel with aluminum housing all the way around. It is a glass panel. So this is glass. Be careful with it. It is tempered glass. If it breaks, it's going to look like little cubes. You don't want to do that. Tempered glass. The back side, of course, you're going to see the full rail bracketry. It's got mounting holes everywhere for you. So there are a lot of different positions you guys can mount this in or mount it with of course, all the bracketry. Your 9.5-foot cable is Velcroed on. It is in black in colorway. It has an Anderson clip in. Whoa. We're going to ignore what just happened. I just hit my camera. My bad. Now, we're going to go and ignore what just happened, and we're going to act like that was meant to happen today. Anderson clip bottom, guys. The Anderson clip is meant for like your Y splitters, and I actually have one here. So this is what that's kind of meant for. So if you guys want to go from, let's say, single to dual pieces, you'll use the Y splitter, and then you guys can connect up multiple solar panels to this. That's kind of cool that you guys can connect up multiple solar panels with that. It does come with the adapter. This is the 80/20 adapter, so you guys will connect up that end plug to this, and then this will connect up to the solar station. This is removable, so you guys can take that off. It's got a rubber little gasket that hangs it on. You guys can remove that and, of course, put it onto another end or another tip, like the end of this Y splitter. So you guys can actually have two solar panels. You'll put it on this end, and this end will connect up to the station. Then you guys have multiple solar panels. Now, with that, do be careful. Unlike me, do not drop this because, like I said, it is a tempered glass. We are very lucky we did not see that shatter on stream. It would have been nice to see something funny. It would have been a great blooper clip, but don't do that, guys. Be more protective of it. But that shows you guys the durability. I mean, that little drop didn't hurt it, which is kind of beautifully well done. Lois, don't yell at me. I did not mean to drop that, I promise. So that is the 100 Prime panel. It's $169. It's 43% off, normally $300. That is a really great deal for a 100-watt panel that's DIY and mountable in many of places. I mean, that's going to be great for pretty much anywhere, including balconies. So if you guys live in an apartment that has a balcony, you guys can mount it to that balcony railing and have your solar panel through that balcony. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. Not sure your apartment managers may enjoy that, but hey, you guys got solar for off the grid. It would even do good for off the grid cabins, like mounting it to the roof of your cabin and stuff. So 12 mounting holes for secure grip. It does well. Now, your temperature running on most of these solar panels are going to be down to about minus 40 degrees, up to about 185 degrees temperature. So you're good there with that. Minus 40 degree temperature is like really super cold. 185 degrees is actually pretty hot. That's going to be like in Arizona hot. Lois is laughing at me. I'm going to clip that video later. It's going to become a blooper clip because that was actually quite funny. I did not try to drop that. So any questions about the 100-watt Prime panel, definitely ask, guys. I really do think that Prime panel is going to be a big hit for a lot of people that want to permanently mount solar arrays on top of pretty much whatever you think of. We do have one more solar panel. I actually have a video for this solar panel, so we're going to play a video for this one. This panel is actually a little too large and heavy for me to manhandle it during shows. This is the 200-watt Solar Saga. Now, the 200-watt Solar Saga is going to do 200 watts at 18 volts of charge rate at a 24.25% efficiency. Now, this is a single-sided solar panel. What I can tell you is that I do know that they will be making a bifacial design of this 200-watt panel. I cannot wait to get my hands on the bifacial one to show you guys that. Now, it is a monocrystalline solar cells. It's approximately 55 inches long, wind-strapped or stretched out. It has a trifold design, 3 kickstands. Each kickstand is set on the back. Now, it should take you less than 30 seconds probably even about 10 seconds to set up. It took me 30 seconds first time recording, you know, all the jitters and everything else with this. So that's where it took me. It has a carrying case. The case has a zipper pocket. The pocket's carrying, of course, that cabling. The cable has the 8020, the 7909, and it has that USB-C adapter cable. With it, though, it is, of course, fully waterproof, water resistant, harsh and wet weather, including the carrying bag. The bag is really a protective carrying bag. Now, that bag is actually really nice. It's zippered. It has, of course, the clasp to clasp it shut, but the zipper zips all the way around it. It is an ETFE laminated case, which will enhance the durability for long usages, even outside. You guys, this is meant for being left outside for a long time. 24.3% efficiency while delivering power in even low light conditions, including overcast gray skies or slight rain. Once it's connected up to the solar panel, we turn it on. We're getting about 153 watts. Now, you guys can see that that panel is not completely flat and it is not angled properly. The front of this panel actually has a sunlight angle indicator, which is going to allow you to target the sunlight properly to get the max amount of charge. That is a $474 purchase tonight. Normally it's like $699. That is a phenomenal price point of a station solar panel for you guys. Get multiples of that. You guys can charge a lot of these systems in a quick rate. So that's the 200 watt. In the carousel past that, guys, we have the 300 Pro or the 3000 Pro by itself for like $17.99. So if you guys need the station alone, it's there. We also have, I believe, the 1000 plus battery for like $479. That's just going to be the extra batteries for the 1000 plus system. That's actually 20% savings on that battery. So if you guys need a second or a third battery, $479, normally $600 price tag. We also have in the carousel, I believe, the 2000 plus battery. Now, the 2000 plus battery is actually 38% off today. Normally, that battery is like I want to think $1,600 is the normal price of that battery. It is actually coming in at $999. So if you guys need another 2000 plus battery, 38% savings for you. It's actually a great price savings. We also have multiple carrying bags in the carousel, ranging from a small to a large. I believe the large is sold out, so you guys still have the small and medium. Now, that's going to be like a $44 bag to a $59 bag. The large is like a $100+ bag. It is sold out, which is crazy that it's sold out that quick. What I can tell you is Jackery also makes jumper cables. Those jumper cables are technically charging cables. Those will actually plug through a cigarette lighter plug on these stations and will charge your car batteries or your motorcycle batteries if you need to charge them. Not meant for jump starting your cars. Just going to go there. They also sell and carry a bag that's a heatable bag. That bag is technically meant for like the 1000 V2, the 2000 V2, and the 1000 plus. That bag will encapsulate that station. It will allow you to plug it in through the USB-C port. It will allow you to heat the device. When you're heating this device, now that means you guys can use it in minus 40 degree weather. That means your Arctic solar New England weather can actually be capable of handling these stations. I believe that they created a bag for the 5000 plus. It's a protective case. That case is actually kind of cool. I don't know where you guys can get that yet. It was a free gift. Lois, is that actually available on Amazon, or is it just an exclusive? Was it an exclusive gift? Because that carrying protective case was kind of cool. Now with it, they also sell all the individual cables that you may need. Maybe you guys lost a power cable. Maybe you guys lost a solar cable. Maybe you guys need extra Y splitters. They sell them. They actually have DC Y splitters like the 7909 Y splitter and the 8020 Y splitter. So you guys can connect up multiple solar panels to a single station. That Y splitter is actually very important. I have one around here, just not sure where it's sitting. I should have grabbed one of those so I can show you guys those Y splitters as well. So with that, we just went through the whole cart of products. We're We can and will be showing you guys some of these products over again because we still have an hour left of the show. If there are any questions or any products that you guys would like me to circle back to now, go ahead and say so. We will definitely circle back. If you have questions about an individual product or, of course, a purchasing of said product, ask those questions as well. At this time, I'll also say, guys, if you haven't given us a follow, you guys can hit that follow button. Also, hit that live notification button that's under our video. That will tell you guys when we go live with these streams. Now, we do stream quite a bit around here, or even on the Jackery and the Dragon Blogger side. I know a lot of you guys are watching from multiple channels. So if you guys give a follow, you hit the live notification, you'll see when we go live. We have that best price guaranteed banner. That best price guaranteed banner is actually really cool. If you guys purchased anything from like November, I think it's November 6th to December 2nd, you have till the 8th to reach out to customer service, and customer service will allow you to get refunded the difference if you find it cheaper during that said time of the purchasing and selling. You also have the 5% off discount code. That 5% discount code is, of course, for exclusive on this live stream. If you guys spend over $1,500, you guys can get 5% off of that purchase of $1,500 or more. Now, it excludes 4 items though: the 1000 V2, the 1000 V2 with solar panel, the 2000 V2, and 2000 V2 with 2 of the 200 watt solar panels. It excludes that with that because they're so introductory price and cheap as it was. Now, we're going to loop back around. We're going to start off with the 1000 V2 because that is, of course, a really, really amazing deal at a great price point of a station. Now, it's going to take me a second to get back to that station on my side, but I'm sure Lois can get it a lot quicker than me. We're going to go over to the table, and I see that the camera is okay, so we're good. This is the 1000 V2. Now, this 1000 V2 is actually $399 today. At $399, you're getting 50% off. You heard me correctly. It's normally $800 price tag. It's 1,070 watt hours of power. 24 pounds. 24 pounds is actually very light. 1,070 watt hours of power is actually quite a good amount of power. You do have a flashlight on the front. That flashlight does do, of course, dual brightnesses, low light and high light. It also, of course, does SOS for you. Now, with it, you're going to have 3 AC outlets. Those 3 AC outlets are going to do 500 watts of pure sine wave power. It's going to max out at 3,000 for those of you that need 3,000. Now, with it, you're going to have 2 USB-C ports, 2 USB-A ports. The USB-C ports are going to, or 2 USB-C ports, 1 USB-A port. The USB-C port is a 30 watt port and a 100 watt port. You also have an 18 watt USB-A port and a 12 volt 10 amp DC plug above it. Now, here's where it's going to be kind of cool. I'm going to kind of go into this so we can actually start talking about this. It has what's called Charge Shield 2.0. So they built and designed a new technology to charge these products at a quicker charge rate in emergency settings if you need to. Quick charge mode, supercharge emergency charge mode. It's a 1-hour charge rate. Standard charge mode is under 2 hours with this device. With that, though, you guys can run multiple pieces without a problem. Now, the 1000 V2 means version 2 of the 1000. There was an original 1000 device. Now, that 1000 device is pretty much probably going to stop being manufactured, so that's why they're selling these ones for you guys. It is a new product for 2024, which is actually really cool. 2.5 hours if you have 2 of the 200 watt solar panels. You can connect up 4 of these to get, actually that's it, 2 of these. So 2.5 hours charge rate with 2 of these. Has a UL certification. The UL certification is like 2743. That's like a 35-inch drop protection. So you're dropping a 24-pound package from 35 inches. It's going to take quite a tumble. It's not going to hurt it or the battery, so you're going to be safe. It has the UL 94V-0 rated flame retardant material. That's the housing. It's actually flame retardant, which is kind of very beautifully done well. With, of course, a full charge at 1070 watt hours of power, you guys can run multiple devices, and it's built to run for a while. Ranging from, of course, green energy connections, guys, you guys can do 20 Mavic Air drone batteries, 14 laptop charges, approximately 40 to 50 cell phone batteries, 10 hours to 29 hours with the standard Starlink internet connection, 14 hours with your mini fridge. For those of you that want to run your gaming modem or router, your standard modem or router, 1 week of runtime. That's actually very good. Electric heated blanket, 12 hours, guys, if you want to. Now, a device I ran off of this is actually kind of cool, and we do have a video of this. It's actually Christmas decorations. So you guys can run the 1000 V2 with multiple Christmas decorations without an issue. You're going to see that I'm only at 22% charge here. 22% charge is going to start pulling up to about 100 watts of charge rate, and it's going to drop down to about 2 hours left of runtime at 22%. We are running many sets of lights and, of course, 10 inflatable decorations. There's 5 on the inside of the fence, 5 on the outside of the fence. There's at least 12 to 15 strings of lights connected to this as well. To be able to run all of your Christmas decorations off a station for at least 2 hours on 22% of charge, imagine what it would do on 100% charged. You connect up the solar panels, allow the solar panels to charge it throughout the day, and then allow it to run the system at night so everybody can enjoy the decorations. You're not paying your electric company to run all of this stuff. And I'm telling you, that's making a savings in your pocketbook just right there on its own. I actually like that idea to be able to do that with this system. Now, you guys can do even more varieties of running different devices, from your PCs to your camera gears to your lighting to, of course, your power tools to even your little vacuum cleaners. Your air compressors, your shop vacs can all be connected up to this. It will actually allow you to do those products. Now, remember, 3000 max, 1500 at pure sine wave is beautifully well done. It's the price point of the system that's crazy. Normally $800, it's 50% off. It's $399. $399 for a device of this stature. I love the 1000 V2. It's a really, really perfectly placed device. Now, you don't have to just get the system by itself. You guys can get the system with the 100 watt solar panel. Actually, it's the 200 watt solar panel. Why did I think it was 100 watt solar panel? You can get the system with the large 200 watt solar panel for $699. Now, if you're thinking the system's like $400 by itself, that solar panel sells for over $400. So you're getting, of course, like, half off of this whole thing, which is crazy. Normally $800 price tag. $600 and something dollars for that solar panel normally. You're getting a 46% savings total off of both of those items together for $699. Perfect package deal. Nice. Get 2 of those solar panels. You guys are charging this in, like I said, a couple hours without a problem. The 1000 V2, of course, is going to be the deal of the week or deal of the day in my mind and in that banner. So that's actually really kind of cool. I'm really thirsty. I don't know why. All right, guys. Now we're going to talk about its big brother. The big brother is the 2000 V2. Now, when we go into the big brother, I'm actually going to talk about the app. Now, I've mentioned the app multiple times. The app is right there in the middle, and it actually says Jackery Explorer app. Now, you guys can ignore the Nike symbol and everything. I have a shopping problem for shoes. Inside the app, you guys are going to log in. You guys are going to see all of your devices that are actually paired up, and that's going to show you guys the battery percentage right on that main screen. To pair up more devices, you'll hit the plus symbol up by the notification button. You'll literally hit that plus symbol, come over here, and it will start scanning for devices that are active. If you do not see devices, you guys can go down to the power station and, of course, smart transfer switch. When you pop up the device, you guys will see, of course, the battery percentage on the screen and the temperature that the battery is running at for you. Down below is going to be your individual switches and, of course, the wattage that we're pulling. We're only pulling 7 watts out of that system. It's going to tell you guys how long wrong time. It's also going to show you guys the flashlight. You're going to have screen times and, of course, usage. In the settings menu side, you guys are going to see, of course, you can change the name. You guys can actually edit the name, scan to share devices. You guys can do emergency charging mode. That's at 1 hour charge rate. You guys can do charging settings, which are actually allow full battery or battery saving. You guys can do battery settings or, of course, emergency mode and auto time on and off. By accessing that app, I can actually turn on that flashlight, which you guys just saw come on back there. I can turn on a brighter flashlight. An easier view would be coming over here to the table and going over to the actual system. You guys can now see that flashlight in action, and I can just switch it to brightnesses or even shut it off. If I want to, I can actually turn off that light that's charging over there and running off of it, turn it back on. Full app control, easy to use. Even the most least tech savvy person should be able to run this app without a problem. If you guys can log into Amazon Live, you guys could log into this app and control it, no problem. Now, the 2000 V2 is actually quite acceptable and very, very well done. It is literally 39 pounds though. At 39.5 pounds, it is a great package. It is, of course, 2,042 watt hours of power in a 39-pound package. At 2,042 watt hours of power, you also have multiple points of connection. Now, to charge that device, it's going to take less than 2 hours on the AC outlet wall plug. That's actually not a bad charge rate for those of you that are trying to charge it or run it at that rate. Now, if you guys want to do just a single 200 watt panel, 5 hours with, of course, 800 watts of charging panel, guys, 2 hours of charge time, right? If you want to do the AC emergency supercharge mode, less than an hour charge time. If you use solar charging in AC mode, 50 minutes of charging for this device. That's a quick charge. Now, this device is actually $791 if you guys use that Black Friday code that we have for you. That Black Friday code is, of course, Black Friday Live. Or actually, it's BFE 2000 V2 for this one, and then you guys have the other code. My bad. Multiple codes. You know what? I will actually share these codes for you guys again right here. So we're going to share it over here. I'm going to actually pop over here, and I'm going to share it on the other side as well. So you guys have these codes. There you guys go. Now, the 2000 V2, like I said, 2,042 watt hours of power, charged really, really quick like. Now, this is actually built with what's called cell-to-body technology. Now, cell-to-body means it's a honeycomb design, like a beehive. That cell is actually where the batteries will be encapsulated in. That actually just made this device to be built actually a lot quicker and a lot simpler because you don't have to go through the 3 to 4 stage battery bank building process and then mounting it inside the device. That also shrinks down the size of the device. With the cell-to-body device, it also still has the fire-resistant shell, the shock-proof shell, and up to 62 forms of protection and 12 temperature sensors. Now, you're going to have multi-points of connections like the other one, a USB-C 30-watt port, a USB-C 100-watt port, a USB-A 18-watt port, 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug, and, of course, that flashlight. On the other side, guys, you have 3 AC outlets. Those AC outlets are actually going to do 2,200 watts of charge rate. At 2,200 watts, you guys can run most of your devices without an issue for at least an hour. Let's just go there. It's 2,042 watt hours power. You guys are pulling 2,200 watts. There's your math. There's your algorithm. Now, here's where it's kind of cool. It can peak at 4,400. You guys can max it at 4,400. Now, this device could run a CPAP machine for about 150 hours without an issue. You guys can run a microwave for over an hour and a half. You guys can do water pumps, electric drills. You guys can do your shop vac for 2.5 hours. Now, there is a wide variety of items that can be ran through the 2000 V2 without an issue, including your cell phones for about 60 charges. You guys can even do your microwave for an hour and a half, your 1150 watt window AC for about 2 hours, your 200 watt desktop PC for about 2 hours as well. Your Mavic Air drone batteries, 45 charges. Your blender, 5 hours approximately. 19 hours with your 70 watt inverter heater or your electric grill outside for over an hour and a half. You guys are cooking dinner, you're good to go. Movie projectors about 14-ish hours. I'm going to tell you guys, you're probably going to get a little more than that. Probably around 20 if it's a 100-watt projector. If you guys are using the bigger ones, you may get lower than that. I have a 250-watt to 270-watt projector, so mine takes a little bit more power. If you have, let's say, a 1,000-watt portable air conditioner, that's going to be a little bit smaller than 1150. That's about 2.25 hours. Your 800-watt to 600-watt window ACs or ceiling ACs in your RV and motorhome, approximately 3 hours of runtime without a problem, guys. That's really kind of cool. Portable fridges, mini fridges, you have a lot of different pieces. Now, this can be used as a UPS. Now, a UPS means uninterruptible power supply. In that mode, it's 20 milliseconds of switchover time. So at 20 milliseconds, you're not really going to notice it. And I can actually show you guys a video of that switchover. So let's kind of do that. So see if I can find that video. We actually have it as right here. So this is kind of the millisecond switchover. So I have it plugged into the wall. I have the AC outlet on, and I have my air purifier connected into this. I'm literally only going to unplug the wall plug. The moment I unplug the wall plug, the system is technically instantly running the setup. You're not going to notice anything shut off. Now, you're going to notice that I am pulling in approximately 1,619 watts, but I have no output right there, and that's because I'm actually charging the device without a problem. You will notice, though, the moment I unplug the device, it's going to actually start using the charge rate off of the battery. So right here, you're going to see me unplug it. It's instantly using 45 watts. It never shut off. I never had to return on the product. So that's how the 20 milliseconds and 0 millisecond plug-in is going to work. You plug the system right back in, and you're back up to charging the device. The moment the device starts charging, it's going to stop taking the output power from the device. It's running it off straight off of the wall. That's how your uninterrupted power supply works on these devices with, whoa, that's where we want to be. So that's how it's going to work with these devices, and actually really nicely well done for that. Now, the 2000 V2, like I said, there's that discount code to get it for $791. Normally $1,500. It's like $900 already on sale. Then you use that code, get it for $791. That's a crazy price point. If you want to, though, add, of course, that 200-watt solar panel package. There's two of them. You guys can get the 2000 V2 and the two 200-watt solar panels for $1,499, which is actually a really, really phenomenal price point. Now, bear with me. My live stream app just shut down, and I do need to kick back over to it. Why it shut down? Oh, my phone's overheating. So 2000 V2, 1000 V2, those are your guys' deals of the week or deals of the day that we really want to show you guys. So if you have any suggestions, there you guys go, or any questions. I mean, not suggestions. We're going to bounce to the table. We have the table. The table has a lot of product. We're just going to kind of run through a few of these without zooming in and talking about it. First and foremost, you have two identical body housing products down below. You have the 3000 Pro. You have the 2000 Plus. It is the exact same housing. They both have 5 outlets, 5 AC outlets. Each AC outlet does 3,000 watts of pure sine with power, can peak at 6,000. You have 2 USB-C ports on each, 2 USB-A ports. You have 2 large wheels to roll it around, 2 telescopic handles to roll it around. The 3000 Pro actually weighs 64 pounds. The 2000 Plus weighs 62 pounds. The 3000 Pro is over 3,040 watt hours of power. The 2000 Pro is 2,042 watt hours of power. The 3000 Pro is going to be a standalone system. Standalone. Just the device by itself. No extra batteries. With 3,040 watt hours of power, you should be able to run a CPAP machine for about 220 hours without a problem. A 3 watt to 5 watt light bulb should be able to run for multiple days without an issue. Your TV should be able to run for a long time as well. Now, It will take 2.5 hours to charge the 3000 Pro without an issue. 3.5 hours if you have 6 of the 200-watt solar panels. Now, if you guys want the 3000 Pro, it actually comes with 2 of those panels in the kit for like $19.99 today. You can use the 5% discount code to get 5% off of that purchase. Next to it is the 2000 Plus system. Now, that system actually will do a little bit less of runtime, but it is expandable. That means you guys can add batteries. The battery's literally sitting above it. When you add the battery, it doubles the runtime to 4,080 plus watt hours, right? Actually, 4,085 watt hours. Now, with that amount of power, you guys can run a CPAP machine for about 300 hours. That's actually a quite good long time. The cool part about the 2000 Plus system is you guys can add up to 5 batteries. That's, of course, 12 kilowatts of hour power. At 12 kilowatts of hour power, you should be able to run most of your house without an issue. The cool part about the 2000 Plus system that's over there is you guys can actually connect it to a second 2000 Plus system. When you connect it to a second 2000 Plus system, you can have 10 batteries. When you have 10 batteries, you have over 24 kilowatts of hour power. At 24 kilowatts of hour power, that is like running your home for about 4 days without an issue. You just doubled your actual, when you connect to both of those, you doubled your plugs, you doubled your connections, you doubled your battery time. It's a really cool idea. Both of these systems are phenomenally well done. Now, I'm just kind of going over these and talking about them in short periods to give you guys kind of the grasp of some of these systems. Now, both of those are very large systems. That's going to do most of you guys very decently well if you guys are looking for a system of this size. If you're not looking for a system that's going to be that very large, but you are looking for a modular system, you guys can go with like the 1000 Plus that's back there. Now that 1000 Plus is 1260 watt hours of power. Can double it, of course, if you need to by adding a battery. When adding a battery, you guys just doubled it to over 2000 and of course like 2500 watts or something like that. Now you can add 3 batteries to that system. By adding 3 batteries, you guys will have 5 kilowatts of hour power. 5 kilowatts of hour power is kind of crazy. So let's just say 5 kilowatts of hour power is going to run most of your home for a good day without an issue. Each battery is 1264 watt hours of power. With 2 of them, 2,528 watts. With, of course, 5 of them, over 5,000. It's like 5,004 watt hours. So, phenomenally done well. It does come with the connecting cables. You will have to connect A to B, A to B, A to B. We don't normally show you guys how to connect those because I have to turn systems. And, of course, that takes away from me paying attention to you guys, asking questions, and all of that. You also have the 600 Plus on the side of that. 632 watt hours of power, can be charged in a 1 hour charge rate. Most of the time, under 2 hours is your charge rate. You guys can put it in quick charge mode, 1 hour charge rate. 800 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 1600 with you through the 2 AC outlets. Now you do have 2 USB-C ports. One's a 100 watt port, one's a 30 watt port. You also have the 18 watt USB-A port below that, and a 12 volt cigarette lighter. Now, behind that, of course, is that big screen TV showing all of you the Jackery commercials and videos that they have shot for most of these products. That is always running during these shows, and I know it sometimes can be hard to see when we have so much product on hand. Now, we do have a lot of the smaller stations as well, from the 100 Plus, the 240, the 240 V2, the 300, the 300 Plus, the 500, and the 1000 original. There's also 1500, 700 Plus, and all of that. Multiple different styles of solar panels as well, from the 500X to the 100 Solar Saga to the 100 Prime to the Mini 40 to the 200 watt. They have a wide variety of panels. Now, where we're going to leave out with this show is I'm going to go over the 5000 Plus one last time. Now, when I do this, we're going to jump over here. We're going to move, of course, down here. This is the 5000 Plus system. Now, the 5000 Plus system is going to be like my creme de la croix. This can actually do quite a bit. Now, I'm going to show you guys the full system, not just the station itself. Now, a 132 pound package does 5,040 watt hours of power. The 5040 watt hours of power can actually be charged in 4 different ways, and we'll talk about that in a second. This device does have 4 AC outlets on the front. It has 2 AC outlets on the side. The 5 outlets on the front can do 7200 watts of connectability pure sine wave charging. Has, of course, standard 120 volts on that front connections for your 3-prong American plugs. The 5000 does have 2 USB-C ports. Those 2 USB-C ports are going to do 100 watts charging capability. The bottom is going to be 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts max charging capability. You have a 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug on the side, and we can actually zoom you guys in a little closer. You're also going to have that nice large 2.5-inch screen. That screen is going to indicate your battery percentage. It's going to allow you to know what voltage input and output that you're using and the amount of runtime. It's also going to allow you to know how many batteries you have connected to the system and what you're charging from, if it's a home array, solar array, or vice versa. Now, with this system, it actually has 2 NEMA plugs. Now, you're going to have a 14-30 NEMA plug and a 14-50. The 14-50 will allow you to connect it up to an EV or your RV connection point. Now, it does have, of course, that foldable aluminum handle that can be folded up in the back of the housing, which is actually kind of cool. It does have 2 large 3-inch wheels on the very back and 2 casters on the front. Those casters are actually locking casters, so when you lock it, it's going to stop it from rolling around, which means it's now positioned in place and staying in place for you. Above those NEMA plugs on the side, you do have an AC expansion slot. That AC expansion slot is actually for the automatic or ATS transfer station. The automatic transfer station, or of course the manual transfer station, can connect through that plug. The ATS, or the automatic transfer smart transfer station, does come in this kit. That's a $1,700 product. Now, it's kind of cool with that. On the opposite side of this station, though, you're going to have 2 solar panel connections. The first is going to be a high power voltage array connection. That's going to be a larger solar array, larger plug. It actually has a switch that you have to manually switch over to get that voltage to start going. There is, of course, a wrench that comes with this to actually screw it on and switch it over for you, so you guys are actually protected when doing so. Beside that array is a low power voltage array DC plugs. That's an 80-20 style plug. That's going to allow for 1200 watts of solar panel connections. The larger array will allow for over 4,000 watts of charge rate connections. Now, that's where it's going to be kind of cool. With 4,000 watts of connection, you guys can actually charge this device at 4,000 watts for under 2 hours. It's a little over an hour and a half technically. So at a little over an hour and a half, you have 5,040 watts charged with no problem. With, of course, the smaller solar array, it's going to take approximately 5 hours. Now, that's still a quick charge for 5,040 watt hours of power. To be able to charge that in, of course, that amount of time is kind of cool. Now, you have a third way of charging it. That's going to be the standard AC 3-prong wall plug. That's going to be like an 1,800 watt charge rate. That is going to allow you to charge it in 3.5 hours. Now, if you don't want to go that route and you guys have the smart transfer switch mounted to your circuit breaker box in your house, that system will allow for 4,000 watts of charge rate to pass through this system, which means, again, a little over an hour and a half charge rate for you. Now, we have other varieties and other pieces that you guys can do. If you have the smart transfer switch connected up, you guys can pair it with a second 5,000. That means you guys can go to 14,400 watts of connectability power through the 2 devices to run through your house. That's really, really beautifully done. One system alone, like I said, is 5,040 watt hours of power, but you guys can add up to 5 batteries per system. When you add 5 batteries to the system, you're going to have 30 kilowatts of hour power. The system alone should be able to run most of your household devices for about a day without an issue. When you add the 5 batteries, that's 3 to 4 days of runtime on your house. Now, that's going to be like your 1,200 square foot homes. That's going to be like your lighting and smaller devices, your heats and stuff like that. You're all around. This device can run house dryers, central ACs, your heaters, your hot water tanks, and everything through this. So you don't have to worry about that. It has the connectability with that, either through the device or the smart transfer switch. Now you can pair two of these devices together through the smart transfer switch or through the device itself. When you do that, you can actually have 10 batteries total. When you go to 10 batteries, that's 60 kilowatts of hour power. At 60 kilowatts of hour power, that's a full week of runtime. That's over 7 days without an issue. Like 4 to 7 days. You can't go wrong with that. Now, the range of devices and the runtimes will vary depending on how much power you have hooked up to it. So, let's say a single station. If you have a single 5,000 plus station, you plug in an 1150 watt window AC, you're going to have about 4.5 to 5 hours of runtime off of that window AC alone. Your central AC, which pulls a lot more power, is only going to get around 2.5 hours. Harper, good evening. How are you doing? Welcome to the show, Harper. If you want to run like your refrigerator, they say you guys can get a refrigerator run off the 5,000 plus for about 4 days. That's going to range from like a 100 watt to 520 watt refrigerator. It will vary from fridge to fridge of how much power. At your standard double door, that's not your smart fridge, that's not your ice machine fridge, that's your standard double door, all right? That's where I'm going with this. The other ranges of devices will be like from your house dryers for like 3 hours or your washer machines for multiple hours. Your house dryer takes more power. Technically, you guys can run, of course, electric table saws. You guys can run circular saws. You guys can run any tool you can think of. Now, another thing you guys could technically do is like, your electric jack or scissor lift that you use in your garage to lift up your stuff, that air compressor could plug in and run off of this without a problem. It should give you enough power to lift that device up. Once it's up, it locks in place, so you'll actually have to just swap it down. Now, I am now laughing because my kid is now running through this actual house, and the funny part is, you can be seen on camera.
What?
Yeah, the camera can pick you up, weirdo.
Wait, it sees me?
Oh yeah, it sees everything. No, you're good right now. I'm laughing at my kid. She's walking around like Aunt Jemima with the hood wrap on her hair. So, just do your thing. Now, guys, the variety and the usability is actually quite surprising and beautifully well done. And what's kind of cool is we're now going to yell at her because she feels like she needs to wash dishes. Kids, you guys, it's a working household. I'm just going to laugh tonight. It's going to be okay. We're going to get through this. So let's say you guys use the smart transfer switch. You guys connect up the smart transfer switch to your house. She is really loud tonight. I mean, we're going to have to fire her or something or make her move out because I need a studio. Now, back to what I was saying. The smart transfer switch, if you have it connected up with this power station to your house, you can actually run this in 0 milliseconds of switchover. So let's say you guys have a data center at home, or you have a laptop or even a server. If the power goes out, the system is going to automatically take over with 0 milliseconds of switchover, which means it will not flicker your power whatsoever. You do not lose your data of anything being transferred or swapped with that. And that's actually really nice. Now, when connected up to the house, it does not have to be permanently connected up to the house. You guys can technically disconnect it and travel with this device. That means you guys can take the 5,000 plus with you in your RV or your truck or, wherever you guys are going. Let's say you guys, here's another cool idea. Let's say you guys have the smart transfer switch connected up to your home and you guys have the station at home. But you travel to your camp during summer and you stay at camp for like 2 or 3 months out of the year. Connect up another smart transfer switch at your cabin, take this device and plug it into there, and then you guys can run it off of your cabin as well. So you guys don't have to be just like, one station at home. You guys can travel with it. And it is very capable of traveling. 132 pounds, you guys would think it would be really hard to move, but it is actually really well balanced that you guys can tip it with two wheels and or two fingers and roll it around off of the handle and the wheel each. I've actually done it multiple times. I actually did it with one finger. I'm not going to do that again because when I did that, I did it with my broken finger. Not the smartest idea in the toolbox with that one, but you guys can do it. So the 5,000 plus, guys, is like $4,999 tonight with the $100 or the $1,000 clippable coupon that's on Amazon. You guys can also use that 5% code that we have for you guys with this. So get another 5% off. Now, take the crackers with you and leave the room. You're loud tonight. Oh, this kid. Can you guys hear the crackers? Like, it's like having a 2-year-old running through your home trying to grab all your candy. I'm having fun with this. Oh, you can't hear the crackers? That's pretty funny. Because she is over here just digging through the crackers and I'm just laughing at it. You gotta enjoy this sometimes. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a working household. I stream out of my living room sometimes. The kid comes home and it's actually pretty noisy. And I'm surprised that my background noise removal is knocking that much noise out. She was digging through the ice machine, which would be another cool idea that you guys could plug into this power station is your ice machine. She was washing her dishes and I'm looking over like, I'm trying to work here. And then she starts digging through the cracker bag. You gotta love kids, guys. You really have to love them. So like I said, the 5,000 plus system is a really phenomenal. Yeah, the life of a remote worker. You go through it at home, Justin, I'm sure. I'm sure you guys you have the dogs coming in while you're working and trying to talk on your video conferences. And all of the other cool stuff. It's just pretty funny. I laugh at it. I honestly thought you guys could hear that because like it was really loud. Like it was drawing my attention so much I thought you guys could hear it. You couldn't hear it? That's actually kind of cool. I knew you guys would hear the microwave beep though. That's pretty funny. She's normally not as loud like that. That's pretty funny. Now, I was actually talking to a friend. He said a great idea for this station would be using it for his racing sim. To connect up his racing sim to this. Now, I wonder how long he could run a racing sim off of this station. I mean, I don't know the power range of his racing sim. His racing sim would be like, you know, the gaming computer, the monitor, and of course the movable seat because he does have a movable racing sim, which I really want. He likes to drift, so he does the racing sims at home. And I'm wondering how long he could actually run one of those devices. Now, like the ice machine, guys, that would actually be another good test that I can actually attempt to do. So I do plan on doing some testing with the 5,000 plus, and we can actually swap cameras. Let's go into camera view. I plan on disconnecting my house stove and connecting it into the 5,000 plus at some point. I plan on cooking, let's say, like, I'm going to attempt to cook like a lasagna or something, see how long it will actually work off of the 5,000. When I get a chance. I mean, I have a lot of streams over the next week or so, so I'm not going to get a chance very soon. But if you do laser engraving too. That's actually, you know, that's kind of cool too. So, like laser engraving or 3D printing, guys. If you have a power outage and that system shuts down, you lose placement, and that can actually mean that product you guys are 3D printing or laser engraving is going to have to be thrown away because the print or 3D engraving went bad. Now, I do know a couple of those systems have a backup power little battery that will actually save the print spot that it's at, but I don't know how well those truly work, but that's actually kind of a cool idea. Justin, you need one of these for your house. To run your 3D printing setup. You should get yourself the 5,000 kit. It would be amazing. I'm just trying to get Justin to get himself one. Yeah, you got to get yourself a house first so you guys can permanently connect it in, though. I'm sure it is. It's actually at a killer price tonight. I mean, $1,000 off. It's $4,099 for this kit. That's going to come with 2 solar panels, the station, the smart transfer switch, which that smart transfer switch is $1,700 alone. Each one of those solar panels is $1,000. It comes with 2 of those. It's really, really kind of cool. I could use this. You could. You definitely could use to do that. And the 2 solar panels are actually 500 watts of power per solar panel. Technically, if you're using those solar panels, this device only accepts 1200 from the smaller solar panels. So it's a 5-hour charge time. I'm going to say that if you're getting 1,000 watts of input charge or 1,200 watts of input charge, you're probably not pulling all of that out. And I'm not saying, most people, when you're running AC, most people only leave their ACs at about 71 degrees. So you're not getting the full 1,000 watts to 1,100 watts of draw out of those ACs. That's kind of, yeah. Justin, of course, Justin's is at 61. I mean, he lives in Southern California. It's always hot, so it's always running. Plus, the guy's got all the gaming computers and all the electronics and everything around him. He's like me. I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably... My whole house power just flickered. Right now in my house, it's like 95 degrees. I have no AC connected up. It's hot in here. All right, guys. We're at like the last 20 minutes of the show. We showed you guys a lot of different products. This is the point. If you guys have a product that you guys want specifically showed, go ahead and ask. We will show it to you. If you have questions about specific products, ask that as well. There are a lot of products ranging from the 100 plus to the 240 V2, to the 300 to the 300 plus, to the 500 to the 600 plus. There's even a 1000 V2, the 2000 V2. We have the 1000 plus. We even have the original 1000 somewhere. It's just not up on the table. We then have the 3000 Pro, the 2000 plus system. We then have the 5000 plus sitting down here. I even have a 700 plus running my camera lights and my Wi-Fi camera. There's a wide variety of systems. We also have all of the solar panels on hand as well. From the 500X to the 100 Prime to the 100 Solar Saga to the Mini 40 to the 200 watt panel. There's a wide variety of products. There's a wide range of products. I mean, guys, there's entry-level systems to full-blown run your home without an issue. There's a little bit of something for everybody from the Jackery list. Now, we have the banner up there, and we're going to talk about that banner. Guys, that banner does state best price guaranteed. Now, if we'll do this. I'm going to grab this image. I'm going to show you guys this, and I'm going to pull it up. So I'm going to come over here to, let's grab this, and let's pop up this. So this is going to be that banner. Best priced policy guaranteed. Order now from November 6th to December 2nd, and if prices drop by December 8th, contact customer service for a refund of the difference. You guys are safe and, of course, can get that difference. It's not a big deal. You guys are going to be totally safe. You don't have to worry about it. They're guaranteeing you guys the lowest prices, and if they, drop it all, they're going to give you guys your money difference back. Now, with that on hand as well, you guys have, of course, this other banner right here. The Jackery Explorer 1000 V2. Now, that is going to be like the best deal. $399. That's a 50% savings. Why did I say 500? That's actually an $800 product. It's a 50% savings for you guys. At $399, that's 1,070 watt hours of power. That's actually a really great deal for you. Now, you guys can also get the 2000 V2 for $791. That's normally a $1,500 price tag. That's actually a 53% savings tonight. That code is actually BFE2000V2, and that does need to be a lowercase v when implementing that code to get that price package. Now, you guys can also get like the 1000 V2 and the 200 watt solar panel. Normally a $1,300 price tag. It's 46% off. That's a $699 price tag. At $699, you're getting that beautiful 1000 V2 and a beautiful solar panel that's going to do amazing things. It's a great, great station. Now, we also have, of course, I believe this code right here. This is going to be the 5% off code. Now, that's going to be your exclusive for watching the Amazon Live with us and sticking it out with us. That's going to be 5% off of anything over $1,500. Now, that does exclude the 1000 V2, the 1000 V2 and 200 watt solar panel, the 2000 V2, and the 2000 V2 and the two 200 watt solar panels. Any other product in the carousel that you guys purchase over $1,500, use 5% off. Those 4 products can't be combined with it. Now, that's not saying you can't have them in your cart. It's just not going to work on those 4 items. So that, of course, is those banners for you guys at a great deal with that. Just an amazing little piece for you guys. Now, I'm going to go back to my other banner that I always leave there because I show that quite a bit. With that, guys, a bunch of great deals, a bunch of great prices. This, of course, is, of course, Black Friday week. And as you can tell, I'm starting to say words multiple times because I've been in front of this camera for over 8 hours today and then some. I actually did some recordings for Justin earlier this morning as well. So, a long time in front of the camera to sit at this computer. And I'm doing it because I love to do it. I enjoy doing it. I'm actually grateful for the opportunity to show you guys these products on multiple channels. Now, we are, like I said, live streaming from multiple channels. If you guys haven't, though, hit that follow button. When you hit that follow button, hit, of course, that live notification button. When you hit that live notification button, you guys will know when we go live next. And we do go live quite a bit. If it's either me on the Jackery channel or if it's me or one of the others on the Dragon Blogger channel, guys, you'll get notified. We love showing you guys the best deals that we can show you guys with, of course, these products. I enjoy showing you these Jackery products, and I'm going to go here like I always do. Before I got the Jackery products, I've actually tested a couple other smaller power stations. I was never, impressed with those little things, even like the standard power banks. I mean, they're kind of cool. They do well. I can see their placements, but I never thought, well, I had to have one. I started using the larger stations, and I can actually tell you, I grab a power station a lot more than I grab the cable to plug it into the wall. And that's because it gives me more versatility of positioning whatever I'm doing. So that's the cool part. Now, I think it was like a week back, wasn't it, Justin, that I actually streamed on Jackery for over an hour and a half, and I was using the Jackery Explorer original 2000. I had my full gaming streaming PC connected to it, plugged into it. I had all of my lights and my camera gear all powered off of that system, and of course my multiple monitors. It ran the whole show through the whole time without a problem. So every time I do something new, these systems impress me more and more. So I just love that I'm still learning and, of course, adapting to the stations. I mean, like the other day, I learned that the 5,000 plus station can be connected to your home permanently, but can be disconnected and taken with you. I didn't even think about that. So when you think of connecting up a transfer station, to me, that's almost like a permanent fixture connection. Jackery thought about it and said, no, let's make it so it can be disconnected and traveled when you're away from home. So that's good for those of you that have camp. So maybe you have a summer home and you have a winter home. You guys can take the power station with you. That makes it portable and travelable. And then the cool part is if you have, let's say, a home and then a cabin, you guys can put a manual transfer switch or a smart transfer switch in that area and then connect up to 5,000 plus when you get there and run it like you did at home. So that's really kind of cool. And I didn't even think about that. Then we also had the question of earlier today, which, kind of caught me off guard. And I didn't think about it. Somebody was like, how long would the 1000 V2 run an airbrush system? Now, I've actually messed with airbrush systems, and I was like, how many hours would it really run? I mean, you would have to take the wattage to figure it out. Now, Some of those are single piston airbrush machines. So those single pistons are like anywhere from 44 watts to 144 watts. If it's a dual piston system, that's about 155 to 175 watts. So like the 1000 V2 at 155 watts of draw should be able to run for over 7.5 hours with a system of that style. So yes, if you guys are airbrushing on, let's say, artwork, or you guys are airbrushing a car, you guys could use the 1000 V2 to run that little airbrush for over 7 hours. Sai, what's up, buddy? How are you doing? So, like I said, I'm always learning, and when you guys ask questions, it actually gets my brain thinking and working. We had one earlier. How does it compare to another power station? Unfortunately, I had no answer to it because I've never had dealing with the power station they asked. And that's just one of those things. But then, me and Justin, our gears started grinding, and we're like, we should get some of those notes together so we can actually compare them. And that's, just the things of evolving with that. So, like I said, guys, if you ever have questions, always ask. There's no dumb question. Any question is a good question. The more questions you ask, the more you learn, the more I learn. Abby, what's up? How are you doing? That is actually my niece, Abby. How is Abby doing? Abby, are you ready to move into your home? I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little bit tired. I'm actually running off 5 hours of sleep, but yeah, definitely a little bit tired today. And congratulations, guys, on your new home. With that, you guys should get yourself a power station like the 5000 plus. Just saying. You guys might as well get a solar array and run that house off of that. Just talk to my sister and tell her it's needed. All right, guys. I'm gonna ask: is there any products that you guys can't do that? Can't do it. If you haven't heard, I do too many shows. I have to have mine. We can get you a decent deal. I mean, we can get you the 5000 for $4,999. All right, guys. Any products you guys want me to show you guys one more time? Definitely, we can do that. We still have a few minutes. I am definitely down to show you guys another product for a few more minutes. If you have no ideas, we can actually pop back over here and talk about that one. This would do well for that. Cody said, wow. The shots are fired. They want me to pay for it as well. I offered you guys, $50 for your truck. I don't want to hear it. All right. The 5000 plus, we're going to talk about it one more time before we go, guys. 5,040 watt hours of power in this power station can be fully charged in under 2 hours in two different ways. First way is going to be that smart transfer switch connected up to the power pole on your house. That's going to allow for 4,000 watts of power to go through this. Second way would be a high power voltage solar array. That's going to be like your 5 kilowatt hour style solar arrays that's on the roof of your house, shops, or garages. That's a large array. And it still allows 4,000 watts of power to go through. The third way would be your low power voltage array. That's going to be like your 1200 watt array. And it is 1200 watts max through that array. That's going to be about 5 hours with the smaller array, but still a quick charge time without a problem. Your fourth way of charging is going to be your standard 3-prong AC outlet on the wall plug. That's actually quicker than the solar panel, a small array. Actually, no clue. I don't even watch the likes. I appreciate you guys hitting the likes, but I kind of don't watch them at all with that. But I do appreciate you guys trying to get the likes up with that, and I do appreciate it. Possibly. I mean, I can't technically, but yeah, get them likes up. Why not? Have fun with it. Now, like I said, 1,800 watts through the AC outlet on a wall plug, guys. It's 3.5 hours fully charged on the device itself. It is, of course, expandable. You guys can add 5 batteries, so that at 5 batteries, that's 30 kilowatts of hour power. At 30 kilowatts of hour power, Should be able to run most houses around 4 to 7 days straight. That's going to be most of your devices. Now, that's not including your central AC. Your central AC pulls a lot of power. Don't be, a little stingy with your power with that one. Now, with it, it does weigh 132 pounds. At 132 pounds, you would think it's not very portable or very easy to move around. And I can kind of show you guys. It honestly is easy to move around. Literally take your fingers, tip it over, and that, of course, is your leverage. You can roll it and pull it without a problem. It's got large wheels on the side. Now, those large 3-inch wheels are going to allow you to roll it without a problem. The handle can be put away, so if you guys don't need, you guys can put the handle away. If you want to, pick it up. I mean, it's 132 pounds. I mean, I'm not saying you guys have to pick it up, but you guys can definitely pick it up without a problem. On the front of it, you do have four AC outlets, and we're gonna, kind of zoom on in here with this. Those 4 AC outlets are gonna do 7,200 watts of pure sine wave power to any device you're connected to. So you guys are good there. 2 USB-C ports at 100 watts, 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts, and a 12-volt 10-amp plug. On the side of the device, you do have 2 NEMA adapter plugs. NEMA 14-30, that's going to be your smaller NEMA, and your larger one, your 14-50. The 14-50 actually can allow for your EV car to be plugged in, or your RV. So if you guys live in like a fifth wheel or an RV, you guys use a NEMA 14-50 adapter cable. That cable can technically plug into this instead of your trailer park power cable plug. So that can actually do this off of this. And those plugs are on the side. The opposite side is going to have your iPower voltage array adapter plug and switch. Does need to be switched on if you're in high power voltage array. If it's not, it's always in low power, and it's going to have dual DC plugs. On that same plug is your AC outlet plug. It's also going to be your DC expansion port. The DC expansion port is going to be for your extra batteries. Now, this is, of course, a smart device, so if you guys power it on, you have a digital screen. That digital screen is going to actually start flashing up here in the top, and it's going to indicate Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connectability. The Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connectability is going to allow you to connect it to your phone, your tablet, or laptop through the Jackery Explorer app. The app can be found on, of course, Apple Play Store or Google Play Store. You will need to download it, register your account, and then pair up that device. When paired up, this smartphone app can actually control all of these switches and turn them on and off for you. Now, I'm going to just shut that back off because we really don't need it on tonight because the show's almost over. When and if you are in the app will actually indicate your solar power array charge level. So it's going to actually show you guys your consumption and, of course, your actual beautiful amount of generation. So you guys can generate solar power. It's going to tell you guys the generation and consumption of that power. If you have the manual or smart transfer switch, the smart transfer switch is also going to indicate that, but it's going to allow you to switch between your power grid on your actual outside power grid or your solar power grid. You guys can switch between running between the both. The app is also going to allow you to optimize your energy savings through a scheduling process. That means you guys are going to learn when or if your electric is higher and charges more. So let's say your electric is charging you 32 cents at peak hours. You guys are going to want to stay away from peak hours, and you guys will schedule when to actually use the solar array. So the solar array would be ran through your peak hours. Your then power grid would be ran through non-peak hours, and it will allow you to do that in the app. You guys can fully adjust that. So it actually allows you to pick and choose when it actually runs and discharges or runs and charges through which variant. You can also track solar input speeds and indications. Now, when tracking the solar speeds is actually really kind of cool. So it can actually show you guys when the best time is to actually solar charge. So let's say your yard only gets light about 5 hours of the day. It's going to indicate when the highest and the most amount of charge is for you, and it'll show you guys that. That'll show you through like up to 1200 watts through the standard, 4000 watts through the high power voltage. That's where it's kind of cool. Now, this full kit is $4,999 tonight, but there's a 5% code for those of you watching. Use that 5% off of this actual package and save yourself some money. It's going to come with that system, 2 of the 500 panels, and of course that smart transfer switch. So that, of course, is my little spiel of that 5,000. Now, the 5,000 can actually run your refrigerator for up to about 4 days off of the system by itself with only the fridge on it. Central AC is going to be about 2 hours. Your 1150 watt window AC at 60 degrees is going to be about 4.5 hours. You see where I'm going. Your washers and dryers, guys, is going to be about 3 hours. And you guys can plug in your 240 volt dryer into this. So you have the wide variety and ranges. When you add the batteries, it's going to double, triple, quadruple, and you guys see where I'm going with this. It's going to keep adding the runtime. When you add the large arrays, you guys can actually run it a lot longer and not worry about paying your electric company. This would be great for like your off-the-grid living, or even just getting off of, into your camp. Or just wanting to save yourself a few bucks and cutting back on your power bill. This would be perfect for that. It's an amazing little station that does very, very well. With that, guys, we're at the end of this show. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this show. We will be back here tomorrow morning at 10 Pacific Eastern. I think it is like 10 a.m. Eastern. I don't know why I said Pacific. 10 a.m. Eastern. It's been a long day, all right? I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to sleep well, and I will see you guys all in the morning. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Lois, thank you for helping out. Justin, thank you. Abby, thank you for popping in. Cy, thank you. And everybody else that's been popping in, much love, much respect. We'll see you guys on the next. Have a good evening.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells, arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big